All right, and the button says
It
that
should show as us recording.
we are recording. Okay. So we'll get this started. This is Kingston Planning Board for February 16, 2021. We are operating remotely as we have been for the last several months. And the first thing that we need to go through is the preamble that satisfies the requirements of the right to know law under our remote meetings. So here we go. As chair of the Kingston Planning Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to executive order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to the meeting, which was authorized pursuant to the governor's emergency order. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that we are, first of all, utilizing the Zoom platform for this electronic meeting. All members of the board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during the meeting through the platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and participate in the meeting through dialing the following phone number, which is 929-205-6099, and using the password, it's a meeting ID 845-1876-1604, or by going to the link, the web link, which is listed on the agenda for this meeting, which can also be found on the town's website under the planning board page. Also, we previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing the meeting, including how to access the meeting using Zoom or telephonically. Instructions have also been provided on the website of the planning board at www.kingstonnH.org. If anybody has a problem, please call 603-642-3342, extension 6, or email pb, as in planning board, at kingstonnH.org. And Glenn is monitoring both that phone and the email. So if anyone is having a problem and they let us know, that Glenn will see that.
And Glenn, I can't access Ellen's email.
Oh, okay.
I can watch for the phone, but I can't access her email. Now, they could send something to me at ggreenwood@kingstonnH.org.
Okay, so that would be the email to use. And then the phone number that I gave, if anyone's having difficulty and needs to communicate with us. Let's see. In the event that the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start with the meeting by taking roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during the meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Okay. So let's see, I'm going to call the, Ellen's not here with us tonight, so I will be calling the roll for votes. I just need to make sure. Oh, Robin, you're here.
Yes, sir.
Surprise! She is here.
All right. And we have, let's see, I don't see.
I haven't seen Steve come in.
I don't see Steve. I'm blanking. Our alternate member.
Padfield.
Steve Padfield. Thank you, Robin. Oh my God. Okay. So I'll start by calling the roll. Please indicate your presence and whether you have anyone in the room with you. So I'll start. Glenn Koppelman present and alone. Peter Coffin,
Present, Ellie's in the house, but not in the room.
okay. Lynn Merrill,
Present alone.
Chris Bashaw. Chris.
There we go.
There
I
you go.
am present, currently alone at home.
Okay. Richard Wilson,
Present alone.
Peter Baiki,
Present alone.
Robin Duguay.
Present with at least one child coming in and out.
Okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So we do have a full board. We have 7 voting members. If Mr. Padfield joins us, he can participate in the discussion, but he wouldn't be a voting member. And we have with us also tonight Town Planner Glenn Greenwood. And it looks as though Dennis Quintal, our town engineer, is with us. And we do have, looks as though we do have some public members here too. Okay. All right, so we do have one hearing on the agenda tonight. It's the continuation of 266 Route 125. But before we get to that, since that starts at 6:45, we can dispense maybe with a little bit of board business first. Oh, and I see Dana Truslow has joined us as well. Okay. Maybe we could do the minutes from January 19th, if folks are ready to deal with those.
Yeah, I'm going to move that we accept the minutes with one change, and that is that on the vote on the wetlands CUP, it has me down as 3 yes, and you, Glenn Koppelman, as 3 no. I believe, in fact, I went back and checked the record, checked the video, and it was Glenn voted no, yes, no, and I voted yes, no, yes. So with that one correction, and I don't know if anybody else has some corrections, I would move that we accept the minutes.
Okay. So motion by Peter Coffin. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Richard Wilson. Was that you, Richard?
Yes.
Okay. Further discussion on the minutes.
Glenn,
Yes, Glenn.
I don't have those minutes before me, but are those the ones where we talked about adding the note that said there would be no drone or home delivery?
Whew.
Does anybody remember that?
I don't have them in. I don't have them in front of me, Glenn.
Hang on, I'll take a look. I don't think that's the set.
I think it was like on the 3rd page, but that's fine. That's fine.
It's been stated almost every meeting, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that set of minutes, instead of saying home delivery, said home delivery.
Oh.
And I just wanted to change that.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah,
that's no big.
you have it correctly written in your conditions, and so and it just says drone delivery in your conditions. So
Okay. All right. Anything further on the minutes? All right. Seeing none, I will call the roll for this one. So this is a motion to accept the minutes of January 19 as amended. Peter Coffin,
yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Robin Duguay,
Yes.
and Glenn Koppelman is yes. So that's unanimous on that. And our alternate member has joined us, Steve Padfield. Steve, could you just indicate your presence and whether or not you're alone?
I am present and I am alone.
Okay, thank you. And we do have a full board sitting, Steve, so you won't be voting, but you certainly can participate in the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And
All right.
for Ellen Faulkner, that she needs to check on that. That was 2 hours and 48 minutes into that January 19th minute meeting.
Okay.
Do you want us to do January 27th?
That's not listed on my,
Okay. Agenda.
not listed on the agenda, so I,
Yeah, she sent all of them out from 19th, 27th, and February 2nd. I know we don't do the same month ones until the next month.
right. Okay, so we do have a couple of items. We still have about 5 minutes or so before the hearing starts. Maybe we can dispense with one of these things. The Selectman's Office is entertaining the potential sale of some town-owned land. And before they can make a decision on that, they need input from both Planning Board and Conservation Commission. There are a number of parcels that they're looking at. I believe they're in Great Pond Park. And I think there was a question on some of it and some of the history of it and things that Planning Board might have been involved in at some point in time. And the recommendation when I spoke with Ellen was that perhaps Glenn Greenwood could do a bit of research on these and present them to us at maybe our next meeting, so that we could deal with those and get feedback back to the selectmen at that point.
Basically, this is because when this was voted to allow the selectmen to sell town land, it was worded that the planning board and the conservation department would both have a say on the sale of that land in case there was any issue not to.
Right. And so, Glenn, are you okay with getting a read on this and getting back to us so that we can consider feedback to the select board?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I've looked at each of them. I haven't been able to really find any planning board interaction on the ones down at Great Pond. The one that I was able to look into was the one on Pillsbury Pasture. And that parcel, it's presently a 1 acre parcel that happens to have a drainage easement across it. That parcel was specifically requested with that subdivision because it was going to be. But there isn't a butter who's interested in buying it. So the history is that it was created to be a pocket park, if the town ever wanted to put one in there, so that there could be a recreational facility for that very large subdivision at the time. Nothing has transpired there since.
And
That is the history of the site.
And that abutter is using the property is why, we were going to do something.
It does have a drainage easement across it.
Right.
That needs to stay there because it is part of the stormwater management on the site at the time. But parcel itself does have a history of having a reason why it was developed.
So that's really the only parcel that you have feedback on then, is that right?
It really is. I mean, I can look further into the
Glenn,
ones in Great Pond, but
Glenn,
oh, did I mute myself?
Your internet connection is spotty.
Let me start again. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
The others are all lots that exist because of the way the lots were created down on Great Pond. They don't seem to me to be the result of subdivision. So I'm happy to look further into them, but I don't think I'm going to find anything about former planning board action with them.
Okay. Well, what's the pleasure of the board? Are you comfortable with what Glenn has given us for information, or do you feel you need more before we pass this along as our comments to the select board?
I'm fine.
I had one question about one of the lots in Great Pond Park. It looked like it was larger than many of the other parcels there,
Mhm.
and wondered if the town might want to hold on to that in case we ever need it for a future community septic system or something like that.
There's another lot that is picked out for that.
Okay.
Anything else?
I just had a question about the small lots that are obviously don't meet our current standards for building, and whether there would be any stipulation that those wouldn't be buildable lots, but they would be go to expand an abutter lot or something like that.
That's exactly how it's set up, is they will not be buildable lots. They will be either split between the two abutting properties or sent to one property, depending on who bids and who wants to buy.
Okay, so it would not allow people to build houses.
Not at all.
And then the other point was the Pillsbury Pasture lot is also the northern terminus of Ox Road, a town road that's been all but abandoned. It's still listed as on our master plan as a town road. And it connects the northern part of Ox Road to Pillsbury Pasture. So I didn't know if that was something that the town wanted to consider and contact Rich about, not Rich Wilson, but Rich St. Hilaire.
Rich St. Hilaire is in on this already and approved it, so. He was the one that said to make sure we did the drainage easement.
Right. So you may want to consider the status of Ox Road then.
Okay. Well, Glenn, going back to your original comment though, about the possible use as a pocket park, if this gets sold, obviously that wouldn't be the case for that.
Correct. I mean, I question the efficacy of selling a parcel of land that was set aside for recreational use, even without any facilities on it. It serves as a passive recreation site. So I mean, it seems a bit of a bait and switch, a developer to carve out a lot for recreation purposes, and then at a time later down the road, sell that lot for profit to an abutter.
Well, the town would be selling it, I presume, because it's town land. It wouldn't go, the developer wouldn't profit from that. I would assume. Rich
That is
Wilson,
correct, to make it a taxable income instead of sitting there doing nothing.
I think it might be worth Glenn Greenwood, if there's something in the approval for Pillsbury Pasture that mentions that it be held in or donated to the town for conservation or recreation purposes or whatever, then that may preclude the legality of selling it off.
All right, there seems to be perhaps enough question about at least that one lot that Glenn, I'm going to ask you to follow up on that and get back to us at our next meeting, and then we can decide how we're going to provide feedback to the select board.
I will do that.
Thank you. Okay. All right, there's one other item, but we'll save that for other business because we're now past the time for starting our hearing. So we'll call it 6:50 p.m. We'll start the hearing for 266 Route 125, tax map R41, lot 17-1. And this is a continuation of a hearing, a series of hearings that includes both site plan, subdivision, and conditional use permits. Just for the record, conditional use permits were required for 3 items. They have all been granted by the board, so we're past that point. And so this is a public hearing, so at the appropriate time, I will open it for public comment, but up to that point in time, it will be between the applicant and the board and our staff. So who is speaking for the applicant? I saw
Carl is here.
Carl Dubé. Are you here? I saw him earlier.
Yes.
Oh, there he is.
Yes.
There he is. All right, I don't know how much you want to say at this point, but if you'd like to make a few remarks before the board gets into further discussion, now would be a good time for you to do that.
Yes, sir. So we made the changes to the plans relative to some detailing that was requested. And if the reviewing engineer or the reviewing scientist need any more, that's all would be embedded into the follow-up approval items. We did include an acoustic block, acoustic fence sound panel attachment. That's a full blanket attachment on the new building side portion of the fence. So that would all be done. And we included those details as promised. We did a couple other easement updates on that. And again, anything that would be any follow-up that the reviewing engineer or scientists need, that we can take care of that as well. I know Mr. Stone has been working diligently on assembling all of the follow-up monitoring and testing and reporting criteria as well. So that's all underway really nicely. And I think we were pretty much there. So I think I would just basically hand it off to the board. And we do have, in case there were any questions, we do have still Mr. Pernaugh here. We have Mr. Stone. And we also have Attorney Hollis in the Zoom room somewhere here. And I think we had Doug. Doug's at another Zoom hearing, but he'll be joining us in a few minutes if needed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I forgot to note earlier that we also have, it looks as though Fire Chief Pellerin is with us. I see the name at least on the screen, so just to recognize him here as well. Okay. I mentioned we had Dana Truslow with us. Dana, I don't know if you had any last comments before the board gets into further discussion here.
No, I really don't have any additional comments except to say that I have had a chance to look at the conditions of approval and make some minor suggestions, and did work with Tim Stone on outlining but not detailing a monitoring plan if the project is approved.
Okay, thank you. When you looked at those conditions of approval, did you give feedback to Glenn?
Yes, I provided edits and sent them back to Glenn.
Okay. And just so that folks are fully up to speed on this, not only our folks, but members of the public who might be listening, one of the things that the board agreed to do at its last meeting before we adjourned was to have Glenn Greenwood assemble a draft of conditions of approval should the board wish to entertain that at the meeting. And so the board has received that. It's gone through a couple of edits. I think the most recent one we received just this afternoon. So, and Dennis, I know that you've been working on all this too. So if you have any comments, I would be certainly happy to hear them now.
No, Glenn, I don't have any further comments. There were just a few drafting items that I had on my last report, and I think Carl has addressed those, and I'm sure they'll be on any final plans that are presented to the board. So I don't have any further comments at this time, no.
Okay, great, thanks. All right. Before I open it for sort of a last opportunity for public comment on this, because we are sort of moving along with it, so I want to make sure that we give public at least one more chance for, and we do have a couple of written correspondence pieces that I need to reference. Any comments at this moment from the board, from board members? Issues, concerns, comments, general issues?
I assume we can bring them, if there aren't part of the conditions of approval, we can bring them up while we're discussing that particular item. I might
Yeah,
be-
absolutely, absolutely. What I would expect, Peter, is that when we get to that point, we'd be going through each of those items one by one, and the board will be discussing them and moving along that way. Okay. All right. So I think what we'll do is and Glenn, this is where you will open the chat function. And if anybody wants to speak, you should enter your name and your address into the chat function. Please don't state a question in there. Just put your name and address, and we'll take them sequentially once you do that, and give you the opportunity to address the board. And so Glenn, if you could do that.
I think I've made that adjustment, so.
And it looks as though chat is open. Okay, so feel free, folks, to put your name and your address in if you'd like to get on the list to speak. And in the meantime, while we've opened public comment, I will just mention the two pieces of written correspondence we received. One was a very short email from Chris D'Amboise, and it does not have an address listed, so I can't reference that. But this person is writing to voice their dissatisfaction with the project and noted most of the issues that have been brought up before, issues, environmental issues, noise, traffic, and so forth. So there was that one. And then a longer piece of correspondence, which went to, I believe, Select Board and Planning Board. And this is from Benjamin Bixby at 60 Main Street in Kingston. Received, or written on January 30, received February 3rd. And this goes through a number of items, many of which are similar to other comments from the public. I do want to take a bit of make a bit of response to a couple of accusations in the letter, stating that this individual feels that the board and the town have been operating with a lack of transparency with regard to this project. And I can assure you that that is not the case. I mean, all of these meetings have been open to the public, well attended. Information has been out there. Letters to the editor certainly have gone out from individuals to the papers. So I think that the accusation of a lack of transparency is really not appropriate. Let's see. This individual also is concerned with the fact that the business or the type of product that is planned for the site has not been disclosed, and indicates also that this individual doesn't feel that issues such as traffic lights and amendments to the roadway necessary to accommodate the business have been addressed. And again, I have to take exception to that, because that has been discussed in significant detail as we've gone through these multitude of hearings. So those are the two written pieces of correspondence that I have. And so now let me go to chat, and I'd like to recognize Scott Willett of 189 Main Street. Scott, if you can unmute yourself and go ahead and make your comment or ask your question.
All right, good. Hello, good evening. I've got a handful of comments I'd like to make. I'd like to start off with the last meeting. We talked about an adjustment to some of the parking as it got really close to the river. It was referred to as the figure 1 sketch. I got a question for Carl. I was trying to zoom in on the plans to see where that guardrail was added, and I can't quite see that. I'm looking at slide or sheet 33 and 35. Were those changes incorporated into the latest plan set? If that's okay to ask.
Well, you can ask me, Scott, and I'll ask Carl, but he heard the question. So Carl, if you have a response, please go ahead.
Yes, sir, they were. And we pulled that pavement back per figure 1. And we also included a full guardrail package to make sure that, and you can see those on sheet 33 and 35. And those are 2 of the sheets that we actually resubmitted for that purpose. And on sheet 33 and 35, we did indeed pull back the pavement as we promised. And we put a guardrail wraparound in that area to dissuade anyone from thinking they're going to be pushing snow in that area, because that would not be allowed anymore.
Okay, that's good. The, I couldn't quite see the guardrail call out, but if it's in there, that's good. The, there's a couple of bubbles of snow storage though, on 33 and especially the one on 35. Snow storage in the corner of the parking lot. And that is really close to the river. So I would ask the board to, I would ask the board to encourage the applicant to move all that snow storage away from the river, because we heard last week or a couple of weeks ago that the salt in the water from any plowing is the most harmful to the aquifer and the most harmful to the river. So I would think we'd want to pull all that snow storage back, especially if there's a guardrail there now. I suppose, assuming you're not going to dump up and over the guardrail. So maybe that's just a note in the plan.
Carl, do you want to address that?
Yes, sir. So that was the revised sheet 33 and 35 show the guardrail. And they also removed any, and I'm checking the sheets right now to make sure of it. We removed all snow storage areas away from the entire shoreland district. So maybe you might be looking.
Maybe I'm just looking at an old copy.
Yeah, because we took that all out of there. Yes, we did.
It's dated, the set I'm looking at is dated February 13th.
Yeah, that I have it. I can share the screen if you want.
It's February 13th, 2020, but was an update to it in the update column. But
yes, at least through revision 7 through January 21st, and then there was actually another one. But I have the plans that we actually submitted to Glenn electronically as well as in hard copy. There were only maybe a half dozen or so sheets, and that was part of it. And yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and they're clearly, the snow storage are clearly out of there, and the guardrail is shown and the pavement was pulled back.
All right, so that's a problem. I'm looking at an old version here.
Can we maybe just share that one sheet?
Carl, is that easy to do for you to share that one sheet?
Sure. And I'm gonna blow it up. So on this sheet, you can see guardrail here.
Yeah.
And no snow storage areas at all in the shoreland district. And then as we come along down through here, I'm gonna move you guys over this way. And guardrail wraparound, full guardrail wraparound here, and no snow storage bubbles anywhere in here at all. And this actually reflects a pullback of the pavement and the septic systems, everything. We pulled that back even further away from the river as we promised in that figure. There's one other sheet that shows the same thing, actually, just another view of it.
All right, good, thank you. So
yeah,
just the plan that's on the website, I guess, isn't that latest revision. But that looks good. So Glenn, the rest of my comments all have to do with conditions, which you may or may not already have included in that draft.
Well, it's 4 pages long, Scott. So
I would hope it's in there.
well, it might be, but if you wanted to just list them, we can make note of them, and then because once we start going through the conditions, we'll be past the public comment period. So
yep.
Best if you make your, Because we've got 31 conditions listed on the sheet right now, so.
All right, let me just rattle these off and make sure there's some things you've already have covered. And they're all things that I think have come up during the process. The first one is that this is not a fulfillment center. It's a warehouse distribution center.
Okay,
No drones that Glenn had mentioned earlier, but I think just say no drones for delivery of product. That would clear up what Carl commented on, someone doing a marketing campaign
Yep.
with a drone is okay, just not the delivery with a drone. Matter of fact, I think Carl said no home delivery, period. So is that a condition you have covered?
Presently reads no, it presently reads no drone delivery activity.
Good.
So we can add in the word home.
Well, Carl had said no home delivery from the site, which really put a lot of the concerns about the Sprinter vans and the large volume of traffic. If there's no home delivery,
well,
whatever
that's
type of vehicle that is.
I mean, that's essentially covered in the statement of of it not being a fulfillment center, but.
Yep, belts and suspenders.
Can I make one suggestion on that?
Yes, Carl.
The item number 11 in the draft, it does indeed, as Glenn pointed out, talk about the actual and not a fulfillment center. And the no home delivery, I think at some point, if someone wants to order some special thing and it's a special delivery and it might be drop shipped at a person's home, very, very rare, but it could happen. It's just not, they're not in the business of doing direct home deliveries. So it would probably be very rare, if anything, but I just want to caution the board on that. I mean, this is not a direct delivery to houses type of operation, but in the rare case that someone has a home business and they had, there was some kind of delivery of a piece of equipment or something, then, maybe that happens, but certainly it's not a primary use function at all. And that you can transfer that testimony into these conditions any way you would like.
Yeah, if we could turn that into a condition, just what you said, there may be occasional home delivery, but that's not the main, use of the property. That sounds perfect.
Glenn, are you capturing this so that you can?
Yes.
Okay.
And what Scott said is already an condition number 11 anyway.
It seems like it
Okay.
is.
Okay, Scott, go ahead.
No through trucking through Main Street or Church Street, which might be redundant because I think there's no through trucking signs anyways.
Mhm.
But it can't hurt to call it out as a condition.
That is not presently a condition.
On what, Church or Main, you said?
Yeah, and there are no through trucking signs on Church and Main.
Right.
I'm not sure that should be a condition of the site since the signs are already there and we're not really in charge of traffic, are we?
Nope.
We don't have any hearsay over traffic.
Well,
the signs are already there.
My response would be that the planning board does have some control over traffic, but if we're talking about roads that are already posted for no through trucking, I don't really see what adding it as a condition does.
right.
I was just calling it out that way. If anyone looks at the plan, the approved
Already
plan
exists.
set, if anyone looks at the approved plan set or the conditions of approval, it would be a double notification, not only the signs on the road, but looking at the plan too. If the board thinks it's covered, that's fine with me, but just wanted to bring it up. The next item would be referral to Briggs's traffic memo. And I'm not sure, Glenn, what the right wording is there that, that's.
I believe
part
that's,
of-
I believe
that
that's
is
captured
in
in
there.
one of the conditions.
Okay.
Yeah, we attempted to make sure that got addressed.
And I think that's it. The DOT recommendations are already captured in there. They must be, right?
Mhm.
Was
Yep.
that lights in front of the building and
No.
lights at Marshall Road?
No, there are no lights at the building. Only lights are at the signalization of the Marshall Road intersection.
Okay. So that's part of approval is they have to put the lights at Marshall Road, but not quite yet at the property.
Well,
entrance.
unless as part of the driveway permitting process, DOT requires lights at the site entrance, then lights are not planned there, as I understand.
Mm.
Carl?
But I'd like to clarify, there would be a corridor improvement as part of the package, and that's in the plans and referenced in the DOT correspondence. So there would be we're actually widening Route 125 in there with left turn lanes and all sorts of stuff for the corridor itself. So I think I heard some people talking about, well, they're not doing anything. No, that it's actually a full corridor improvement plan all the way through the frontage, including the full signalization plan at 107 and 125.
Okay.
And Glenn, the last thing I have is that the areas where the project is the closest to the river, that you take words from the Conservation Commission and how best practices for that area, whether it's the no snow storage like we talked about earlier, or there's other things that the Conservation Commission recommends so that that river is, as best protected as we can. And I think that is it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Scott. Thank you, Scott. All right. Mr. La Liberté of 23 Castle Court, you can unmute yourself and feel free to make your comment or ask your question.
Well, my question and concern is we haven't heard from Carl yet with regard to the sound barrier. I think he is providing some type of engineering detail, but it would have been good to see that before, obviously, we raise concerns or questions, which I don't believe you've shared at this point.
All right, Carl?
Sir, yes, actually, we amended the plan sheet 30A, and we included the acoustic block, acoustic fence, sound panel attachment package to that fence, and those details are shown. And there's a specification on that sheet as well that talks about that and what it does and reducing noise and all of that.
So what is the height of this fence, Carl, that is within that concerned area of that side of the building or parking lot?
The fence is it's 6 feet high. It's not a big highway, big sound wall. It's basically a stockade fence with the acoustic block treatment on it, and the stockade fence is actually tongue and groove, full tongue and groove on that. There's a detail on that, and this is a fence that's been used before for this type of application. And we talked about this with the board about pulling all that the development away from 107, and we did that. And we're putting this fence in, and we're also subject to the noise ordinance as well. And we would be in violation of our site plan if we violated that noise ordinance and didn't do anything about it. So we would have to become in compliance no matter what. And I think there might be some reference in that in the draft package as well.
So what is the noise ordinance? So what is the noise ordinance for this? I mean, is it decibels? There is a certain decibel level of noise?
It's decibels measured at the property line.
And what is that decibel level? What's an acceptable decibel level?
I don't have the ordinance in front of me.
I can look it up. If you want, I can look it up, but it's actually, it is indeed referenced in item number 12.
So I guess my concern is, and obviously many of the neighbors here's concern is, why 6 feet in this critical area versus 10 feet? What is the reluctance to going with something that is higher, that would provide more barrier for sound deadening? I just don't see, I mean, I'm 6 feet tall. I'm not 6 feet tall, but I'm close to it. But I just don't see the benefit of a 6-foot high fence when a tractor trailer's up in the 12 feet with the smokestacks and stuff. So I'm really missing how this fence applies any value to noise buffering.
Well, I'm not going to answer for the applicant, Mr. La Liberty, but the fence is something that's being used in conjunction with the vegetation. So it's a combination of two things within that 50-foot buffer. I
understand, Glenn, but there's a certain number of months within a year that there is very little foliage left on trees. So there is going to be times when there's going to be less foliage than other times, right? So again, I asked a question, 6 feet versus 12 feet smokestacks on a tractor trailer. I'm really not understanding how this buffering works at a 6-foot high fence. I don't get it.
Okay, I hear your question. I understand your question.
Okay.
Glenn, just, I guess, the decibel levels that Mr. Liberty had asked for.
Yes.
So from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., it's a decibel level of 70. And that's an average. And then from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m., it's 65.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Can I just ask a point of clarification on that, though?
Sure.
So where this abuts, you've got two different districts, correct?
No.
Mm-mm.
It's
Okay.
it's all commercial too.
Okay.
It's residential right now, right? Is that what you mean,
No,
Robin?
I'm talking, no, so the parcel itself is commercial. I'm clear on that. I'm talking about the lot behind.
It's also commercial, but it's currently being used as residential
Gotcha.
because it was residential when the zone got changed. And so the current use of it is residential.
But it's still zoned. Okay, then.
Which is why it requires the 50-foot buffer. If those residential lots had been converted and developed as commercial, as they are allowed to do by the zoning, then this applicant wouldn't have been required to do that 50-foot buffering.
Then the disclaimer I was going to read is not applicable.
Okay.
And also I'd like to point out that we're about 600 feet away from across the street, Monarch Way, where the edge of pavement is about 600 feet away. And, whether it would be a 6 or a 10, at 600 feet distance, that's, quite far, but I mean, we've had long discussions over this, and we're comply with the ordinance. And we're 600 feet away. And depending on where you are actually on the grade, we're slightly higher grade. We're not lower. You're not looking down into it. We're actually looking slightly uphill from the Monarch Way property across the street.
I mean, I'm going to make a comment here, and I'm not trying to advocate one way or the other, but the board has discussed the issue of fencing at almost every hearing, and at this point, the plans are there, and the board would need to express their discontent with the design as it is. And we also had input from the Conservation Commission, which recommended the 6-foot fence. That was their recommendation. So.
Again, I'm looking forward to seeing this plan of what the fence type is, the materials, and how this helps buffering noise. Again, I hope everybody's looking out for the best interests of the surrounding neighborhoods here to make sure that we're not negatively affected by additional noise.
Indeed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. La Liberty. Shelly Sullivan of Forecastle Court, if you could unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, good evening. I know that I believe it was the last meeting, one of the planning board members mentioned something about a, what do I want to call it? Someone that is responsible for going around and checking to make sure people are complying with whatever they're supposed to comply with, and that it would be on the ballot, I think, next in March, maybe, for a new position.
That's a selectman's warrant article to add a code enforcement officer to the town's roster.
Okay, which I think is a good idea. What in the event it doesn't get approved, who, where does the responsibility fall to ensuring that something like this project, for example, has that kind of has those kind of eyes on them, you know, going forward? What would happen if that didn't get passed?
Oh, so you're saying if this project moves forward and that position doesn't get approved by the town, then who's going to be watching out for?
Yes.
Okay, well, the select board is responsible for enforcement. So it would fall back to them. It would also be on the shoulders of the inspectors in town who are responsible for inspecting the project as it gets built. In this case, we'd also be looking at oversight by our town engineer and undoubtedly by our hydrogeologist, Dana Truslow, with regard to things related to her expertise. So there would be a number of eyes on this, but it would. So it's not that it wouldn't be watched and monitored, but if that position is passed, it would at least have a sort of a full-time focal point in town for coordinating and watching over those kinds of review.
Okay, yeah, well, that was my concern. I mean, I understand that during the building process, there are lots of folks that have their eyes on things. My concern was more of after the fact, who's to say they're not pushing snow into the river and those sorts of things. So,
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. I don't see other names in the chat. Before I close public comment, if anyone else wishes to speak, please put your name into chat and we can deal with that. We have another one coming in, Bob Marley of 20 Monarch Way. Mr. Marley. Please unmute yourself and ask your question. Mr. Marley, can you hear me?
Okay, Glenn, this is for you.
Which Glenn?
Glenn Copeland.
Okay.
In regards to this soundproof fence, 6 feet, even though it's been approved by the Conservation Commission, is not going to cut it. I can tell you that right now.
Well,
At 65, let me finish, sir. At 65 decibels and 70 decibels accordingly, I've worked in industrial areas and the federal government makes you wear earplugs at that level. So how can you sit here and tell us that a 6-foot fence is going to knock that noise down? When our snow plows are in King's Landing, I know it because every time they start backing up and that beeper goes off, we know that they're here. I would really like it to become a condition that this fence be raised to 10 feet.
Well,
And it's not unreasonable.
I will pose the question to the board and ask if anyone wishes to do that. And I didn't mean to interrupt you earlier. All I was doing was clarifying that the Conservation Commission doesn't provide approvals on these things. It was just that they they offered input as they are asked to do, and it was their suggestion that the 6 foot was.
That's fine, Glenn.
So I wasn't.
They don't live here, we do. We're the ones that are
Understood.
gonna have to live with this.
Understood. Okay. Mr. Marley, if you could mute yourself, please. I'm gonna ask the board if at this point anybody, because apparently this fence issue is still on the minds of the abutters. So how do board members feel about this, the fence height?
I think that's something we should discuss when we start on the conditions of approval. Once public input is ended.
Okay. Then
And
I'm
I
just
guess-
gonna.
And can I just make one comment? I mean, and other board members can correct me if I'm wrong when we get to this. I don't think I don't think the applicant is required to have a fence at all. And I don't think there's a requirement that we can make them have any fence. And I thought they kind of did that as a acting in good faith gesture for the plan.
Well, yes and no. I mean, it's the planning board's function to make sure that the buffering that's put in place is adequate for the situation that we're dealing with, and I think that you can use a fence in lieu of vegetation sometimes. In this case, there's a full 50 foot of vegetation, so I suppose technically there wouldn't be a requirement for a fence. But I think the board felt, and certainly the applicant was on board with it, that that having the fence in addition to the vegetation was the right way to go. But
Oh, no, I'm definitely glad there's a fence.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I would just
Richard?
add to what Glenn said. The planning board is given the right to oversee any activities that they believe are necessary when they're looking at a site plan. So you have the authority, and your regulations specifically call out some sort of buffering as well. And that buffering has been met by the applicant in this case.
Yep. Thanks, Glenn. Richard?
I just want to kind of go off what Chris said, that I think he's offering this in good faith. He at the same time has said he will do whatever it takes to meet the sound ordinance. If he violates that, he will do more. And I think that's what we have to go with. He has offered this in good faith. He's willing to do more if the time comes that he needs to. This is a commercial property, has been for a long time.
Okay. I mean, the only thing I would say to that, Richard, is that, if we had, hard evidence indicating that the buffering that is being proposed would in no way meet the sound ordinance, that we've ought to deal with that now. But what we're being told is that that the applicant feels that the sound ordinance can be met with what's being proposed, and obviously they're obliged to follow that, or they'll be in violation of the site plan and the town's ordinances.
That is correct.
And just to add on to that, the applicant was not required to have a fence at all. They are required to meet the sound ordinance. Their first plan that came in had a fence, and then every time someone has suggested they do something more, they've added more. They've added acoustical panels, they've added this, they've added that. They're certainly putting a good faith effort in to make certain that that sound is not going to go any further than the boundaries of the property. And I guess if you're not being overly disturbed by the amount of traffic and noise from the distribution center already on the property, which is, all the trucks going in and out of the Sears Logistics Center. Certainly, if that's not that far away, that would be bothering you as well on a daily basis.
Other comments from the board on this issue? So hearing nothing more from the board, I'm assuming that the board is satisfied with the buffering that is being proposed on the latest set of plans. Okay.
There are additional folks asking to comment.
I do see that now. And we have somebody raising their hand, and I think he was trying to speak earlier. So since he hasn't spoken yet, I'm going to recognize him, Peter Zahurico. Have I got that right? Peter? Peter, you have to unmute yourself. Peter?
Can you hear me?
Can now.
Great.
And would you please state your address for the record?
Sure, 9 Castle Court.
Okay, go ahead.
I also have a question about the fence. You say the building is about 900 feet, I'm sorry, 600 feet from 107. On that end of the building, there's from what I see, there's trucks backing into the loading dock. And at night, that's going to produce light shining right towards us on Monarch Way and Castle Court. So how is the light going to be reflected so we're not suffering the consequences here in King's Landing? A 6-foot fence doesn't seem to do that.
Well, I'm going to let the applicant address that question, Peter.
Sure.
Carl?
The buildings are separated by about double that distance, about 1,200 feet.
Okay.
The question you had about, are you talking about lighting on the site, lighting from vehicles?
I'm talking about the lights at night when the trucks are backing in.
Yes.
Into that loading dock, into those loading docks. It seems as though we're going to have a constant light issue shining towards Route 107 and King's Landing.
Well, we do have, it's not just that fence, we have a vegetated buffer in that area. And also, obviously you can see in right now, but there's a field in the commercial district, then there's woods behind that.
Right.
And then we have the fence, and then we have vegetated, extra landscaping that's basically evergreen landscaping. And you might be able to see, 1,200 feet away, a cab light, but certainly the headlights are down. The headlights are down, only a couple feet off the ground. But there might be cab lights that you could see 1,200 or 1,000 feet away, but there wouldn't be any headlights that you would see.
Well, okay. However, the lighting is a big issue, especially to the folks on the end of Castle Court. I'm sorry, both ends of Monarch Way. They're going to be constantly irritated because of the lighting. And how low below the grade of that barrier are the lights?
Let me get that plan up. Give me 1 second, sir.
Sure.
So there's a lighting ordinance in the town of Kingston. And so we have lighting plans, and I'm just trying to find the right ones.
Okay.
S2s. There's a, just give me 1 second. So the lighting ordinance has a 25-foot maximum mounting height above grade. And we're at a 22-foot pole that's raised, probably 24 inches to 30 inches above the grade. So, we're under the 25-foot mounting height, and those are S2s and also the S4s. They're at 22 feet poles.
So
And
you're
then-
saying,
go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And then the building, there's some wall mounts that are full cutoff though, and those are Ws on the spec sheets, and those are 25, maximum 25-foot mounting height LEDs, full cutoff, dark sky friendly, as well as the poles in that area. And these are all, we're limited at 25 feet, so we had those set that way with the photometrics. So I mean, if you look 1,000 feet away, you would probably see a light source, but they are pointed down, they're not pointing out. And there's really nothing you can do about that unless we put in a 20-foot high or a 25-foot high wall of some sort. But we do meet the ordinance, and we've had these discussions. When those houses were put in, they're only feet away from 107 and a special approval package. And our site has been here for decades, and even between those houses and our site, there's another 600 feet of commercial district that is probably going to be developed at someday. And that you knew that going in.
Okay.
So I just try to be polite about it, but
Carl?
yeah.
Let me just state where we're at with the lighting. The plan calls for fully dark sky compliant lighting, which is per the town's lighting ordinance. Along with that, there's a lighting sheet in the plan set that shows essentially that the spillover light ends at the property boundaries, which is also our requirement of the lighting ordinance. And does that mean that you won't be able to see light in the distance or see a fixture in the distance? No, that isn't the case. But the way the plan has been presented for lighting, it does comply with the ordinance, and it would have to be built to that standard.
So what you're saying is that there's nothing that can be done based on that fence reflecting the lighting somehow, so that I don't know, I don't remember how many loading docks there are on that side, but if it's full of trucks all the time, the lighting is definitely going to be a problem. And for that matter, if you have all those trucks backing in and out, I think that's going to take the decibel level up over the limits. Now, I didn't sit here and calculate that, but I think that that's what'll happen. Am I right, or am I mistaken on that?
Well, first of all, I think that we're confusing the light issue. You started off talking about the lights from the trucks, and then somehow we migrated to lights on poles and lights on buildings. And your concern seems to be with the trucks. So
my concern is with the trucks backing
Correct.
in and
Correct.
shining the lights onto in the direction of 107.
Right.
And also, these trucks aren't facing into the docks, they're facing out. So you got and I'm assuming that we have a lot of diesel driven engines that are gonna generate a lot of noise. And those are the two things I'm concerned about.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. I hear that. Well, Carl, I think Carl, you did your best to explain the issue with the truck lights. I don't know if there's anything more you want to say about that. With regard to additional noise from the trucks, any noise emanating from the site, again, has to meet the noise ordinance of the town, which, as you heard Robin read from the ordinance, it's a certain number of decibels as measured at the property line, and if that's exceeded, then the applicant is in violation of the town zoning, and would have to make some fixes to correct that.
So how are we going to determine that?
Well, first of all, the site is the way it's being proposed. We're being told that it's being designed to meet those specifications and those ordinances.
Okay.
If once it's built, it doesn't, and the town has a decibel meter which they can employ to measure it. And so, if, for instance, one of the abutters felt that it wasn't meeting the sound ordinance or any ordinance for that matter, they can request of the select board or of the code enforcement officer to check on it, and that's the feedback loop, and the applicant would be responsible for coming into compliance.
That would be after the fact, though, correct? After the building was built and.
Well, yes, that's true. But as I said, the way what is being proposed in front of us is being stated by the applicant and by the design that it will meet town ordinances, and because we as a board can't approve something that doesn't meet the ordinances and the regulations. If once it's built, it's out of compliance, then it's up to the town's enforcing actions to take place.
Okay. Well, I'd like to go on. I'd just like to go on record saying that I don't think it's enough to take care of the lighting. That wall or fence or whatever you want to call it, that 6 foot high wall is not going to absorb, I don't think, the noise from the trucks, and also the lighting is going to be just horrendous coming off the building if you have all the trucks there and they're all in there at one time and they're all backing up. That's my concern.
Oh, okay. And I'm sorry if I butchered your name, but I have to, Mr.
Zurico, yes.
Zurico, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we've made a note of your comments, and when we start going through these list of conditions, if the board wishes to address those in any of the conditions, they could do it at that time.
And when will that be decided, so to speak?
Well, once we get done with public comment tonight, we're going to start looking at that list of conditions.
I'm sorry, somehow I lost you.
I said, once we get through public comment tonight, we will be then going into the list of conditions and start talking about them.
Okay, and those will be discussed in the minutes of another meeting, or will they be discussed tonight?
Our expectation is that we're going to talk about them tonight.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And if you could mute yourself, that would be great.
Okay.
Just so we don't get feedback from your spot there.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for your help.
Yes, thank you. And we have, looks like Mr. John DeStefano, 26 Monarch Way in Kingston. Mr. DeStefano.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I'm having a little audio difficulty here. So I have a couple of questions for the town board officers or members here. The first one is in reference to, did we get any input from any of the abutting towns in regards to the proposal of the building and the traffic that's going to proceed down 125 or up 125? Just a simple yes or no. Did we contact them?
They were contacted, and I don't believe, Glenn can correct me, but I don't believe we received feedback from any of them. Did we, Glenn?
That's correct.
Okay. But they were notified, sir, yes.
That and what they may have said at the planning commission meeting that was held and the response that we got from the Rockingham Planning Commission.
Interesting. Okay. Has any response from the state DOT come back? In other words, did the town reach out to the state DOT in regards to the volume of traffic that will be coming off of 101 south or from 495 through Plastow north on 125? Have we received any informational input from the state DOT to that?
Well, the town had a meeting, at least one meeting, if not more, with DOT leading up to this project, expressing our concerns. The issuance of the permit for the project is completely up to DOT, however. I mean, the town did express its concerns, but be that as it may, it's up to the Department of Transportation to make that decision and issue their permits.
So from what I'm doing some research, I found that this DOT has granted access for a driveway and egresses to it. But I'm just wondering if the complete picture was proposed to them as to not just enlarging for future traffic, but for a 365 traffic pattern that's going to come down 107, come down 1025 from the Interstate 101, and then getting on or off of 495, meandering through that little bit of Haverhill onto 125 in that further south area of Plastow, and then progressing all the way up through there. That's my question.
Well, I can't say how far afield they looked with regard to traffic, but perhaps the applicant can enlighten us.
Yes, this is Carl, and Mr. Pernaugh is on with us as well. But when we started this project with the project plans, the DOT had all of those buildings and sizes and uses as part of the initial package. So they've known this from day one. We've shared all the information on that. And Mr. Pernaugh is with us. There you are, Stephen. You might have to unmute yourself. If there's anything you can clarify on that.
Sure. There was a scope meeting conducted with the department that included town representatives back in November of 2019. And in that meeting, it was stipulated that the study area would consist of 5 intersections. And subsequent to that, after we had completed the traffic study to the DOT specifications, I believe it was either regional planning or perhaps it was the town, asked about an additional intersection to the south. And we addressed that intersection in our addendum number 1.
So I guess that doesn't really answer my question in regards to what has the state's final input with the projected volume increases of traffic coming off of 101 to proceed south on 125 for the approximate 6 miles to the proposal site, or the future traffic that will come off of 495 in Haverhill, where it's going to create traffic coming up 125 at that southern end of Plastow, approximately 6.5 miles on that section. And this area is Rockingham County District 6. That's my concern. What has the state's update input been? So this way the town is fully aware.
It's my understanding that the Department of Transportation is currently reviewing the original traffic study and addendum 1. And further, it's my understanding that we have not received any comments to date.
So I would think that would be validation for us to hold on any provisional approvals until we have a complete understanding of what the state does in fact make a comment on. I'm proposing that to the town.
We met with District 6 right away on this at District 6 and talked about the corridor, talked about the project, talked about what was proposed and everything. And they said, well, that's fine. That's what the corridor is for. That's why we have infrastructure. And as part of the traffic study, Mr. Pernock, they've done the origin destination. They asked for those particular intersections to be looked at. We're doing our part. We're doing the corridor widening program plus the signals. But that's why we have State Route 125. So I'm still a little confused about what your question is, sir.
I mean, I couldn't get an answer. Nobody can seem to get an answer on the potential volume that's going to, affect all of the 125 corridor, both south of 101 and north of 495. That was just my question, not a direct attack on anybody, just a question. I mean, we seem to be at a stop point in regards to getting a valid point. I mean, it's a 365 operation. What's the probability of traffic? Very, very high. Can the superstructure of the road 125 itself, can it substantiate 3,000 to 5,000 vehicles, not commercial vehicles? We're not talking the mom and pop sedans. We're talking tractor trailers. That's the question.
Oh, okay, Mr. DeStefano, I'm just going to answer this right now, and I think we'll put an end to it. The bottom line is that the Department of Transportation has complete say in what happens here with regard to issuing permits. And when they make that decision, which also includes an analysis of whether or not it needs acceleration or deceleration lanes, or whether or not it needs additional lighting, signalization, or whatever, that's all part of their review process. They take into account the traffic study that has been provided, as well as the review study that the town had done on that data. And it's a state road. It's completely within their purview. The town can talk to them and ask questions, make requests, but the bottom line is it's their responsibility, and taking into account not only the additional traffic that will be added by this site, but the traffic that is being on the road already. I mean, it's all part of the analysis that they do.
That's right. That was the question. Has the town received any input from the state DOT? That's the only question I had, Glenn.
Well, and it's not that the town is receiving input. It's just that the applicant has to make an application for access, which they have done. And I'm not sure where that stands. We can get an answer to that, but before any final approval could happen, they would have to have official approval from state DOT for the entrance and for whatever improvements would have to be made along the roadway.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Lynn?
perhaps every question that's been asked tonight is a question that's already been asked and answered many times during the course of the last 5 months. Perhaps we could request that any further questions that are asked be something that's a new topic, or something that has not been asked before, or a subject that hasn't been discussed before.
Well, that's fair. And I only see one other name that has come in, and it's the second time around for Mr. La Liberty. So if it's related to your first question, I'd rather you not go into it again. But if it's something new and hasn't been discussed already, by all means, go ahead and ask your question.
No, it was just in response to some earlier conversation, but obviously that's gone by at this point. So I'll pass on the question, but I still like an answer from Carl as why a 10-foot fence is not considered within the critical areas of that building. I still have not gotten an answer, but I'm sure hopefully we'll see something that justifies a 6-foot versus 10-foot for that critical area along the parking lot.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any other requests in chat. I don't see other indications of hands up. So at this point, at 7:50, who's speaking? At 7:55, I'm going to close public comment. And I'm also going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break to stretch our legs, and then we can come back and start working on some of this detail stuff. So we're in recess for 5 minutes. have we got everybody back? Almost. I see Robin, I see Richard, Peter, Chris. Peter Baiki, are you there?
Don't see Peter Baiki.
Not quite.
There he is.
There he is. Okay, all right. It's 8:01. We'll start back up again. Okay. I'm thinking that the best way to move forward now is to start working on these conditions. Glenn, I need to ask you some advice though. Normally when we discuss conditions, we do it once we've got a motion and a second, and that motion would include all of those conditions. In this case, where it's probably going to take a fair amount of discussion on some of these, or at least some time to go through them all, can we go through these before we actually start going through some motions?
Yes, I think you absolutely can.
Okay.
They're just proposed conditions.
Correct.
Right, at this point.
Use that term, use the term proposed. We're not voting on them.
Right, right. So just so that everyone is clear, the board has, and hopefully you all have this now, the most recent version that Glenn sent out today. This is a list of potential conditions that that should the board grant an approval would be subject to these conditions. The Glenn spent time between the last meeting and now going through past meeting minutes and going through department comments and so forth and so on to assemble this list. So
and the applicant provided many of these.
Okay.
They had very good notes.
Okay. All right. So how about if we take them one at a time, I will go ahead and read it so that it's read into the record. And then we can just open it up for board discussion as we go. Good?
Good.
All right. Number 1, final review and approval of all plans by the town's planning, engineering, and hydrogeology consultants to ensure accuracy and correct minor administrative and topographic errors as noted by said consultants.
Yeah, that's typographic, by the way.
What did I say?
Topographic.
Typographic, yes, thank you. There is a difference. Any discussion on that item?
No.
Okay. Number 2, within 1 year of date of condition of approval and prior to start of construction, receipt of New Hampshire Department of Transportation driveway permit and approval of proposed roadway mitigation and transportation demand management as developed by the applicant's transportation engineer and reviewed by the town's consulting traffic engineer, which is TF Moran. All traffic mitigation, including the new intersection light, shall be in place prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy. And maybe it would be good to, in this case, at least to clarify that the new intersection light is the intersection for Marshall Road and 125. Any discussion on this one?
Can I just ask, I may have missed this in an earlier email. but some of the items are asterisked, if that's a word, and some of them were not. And I'm just wondering.
Those are actually going to be notes on the plan.
Got you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything else on this one?
Glenn, on
Yep.
my copy, in the first line,
Yep.
it reads within 1 year of the date of condition of approval and prior to start of construction.
Yep.
Does yours not have that?
That's what he said.
That's what I read, or I should have read.
You did.
I didn't hear that. Maybe I'm the only one that didn't hear that.
Okay.
I'm glad that you have it, because that's what I have.
It is. It's on my sheet, and
Thank you.
okay. All right. Number 3. Actually, there's an extra in there, I think.
There is.
Within 1 year of date of condition of approval, receipt of all necessary state and federal permits related to the proposed development, including, I'm assuming that means
Yeah, including
the alteration of terrain permit, subsurface system bureau permits, water supply permits, and access permits. Now, access permits ties back to number 2 in the DOT, I assume.
yes, but I think we need to keep that there because officially, even though it's on a town road, the town's road agent grants driveway permits now, even on state roads.
Yep.
That was a change we made to the driveway regulation in 2020. And so I think that needs to stay there.
That's fine. And I really wasn't suggesting taking it out. I was just indicating that I think it ties in with number 2.
We could actually say, and town issued access permits. So it doesn't, so it differentiates between the fact that we're already saying that the DOT one is required.
Well, I'd be good with that.
Number 2.
Any issue with the board on that if we make that change? All right. So then the last line would read, the last section would read, and town issued
access permits.
Access permits. Okay.
Glenn, what is water supply permits?
Oh, that's for the septic system.
Okay, that's right. Well, I was confused. Water supply.
Well, it's DES subsurface.
Yeah,
whatever.
The water supply permits are actually because the well is going to have. It's going to be a.
Oh. That's
it's going
right.
to require a state permit because it's going to be used by a higher number of folks than just a domestic well.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, sorry, Peter.
That's all right. I was curious. Thank you.
Yep, okay. All right, anything else on number 3? All right, number 4. And this is a long one.
This is a long one.
The applicant shall work with the town's hydrogeologic consultant to create a long-term monitoring plan for septic system effluent, groundwater, and surface water. Any monitoring wells that will not be retained for long-term monitoring shall be properly abandoned, and an abandonment report shall be provided to the town and New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. The applicant shall send periodic monitoring reports to the town as requested and directed by the town's hydrogeologic consultant. In the event monitoring reveals detrimental water quality results in exceedance of applicable local, state, and federal groundwater and surface standards as of the date of the approval, the property owner will work with the town's consulting hydrogeologist to rectify the issue. Well, that's a mouthful.
That's a mouthful. And it's also the first of Dana's comments.
Okay. Dana, are you still there? maybe not.
Yep, I'm still here.
Oh, there you are. Any, I mean, we're in board comment, but on this one where it relates specifically to your expertise, I want to make sure that this one is captured correctly.
Yes, it is. In fact, the version I had doesn't have quite as much detail. I guess the version that I had didn't have the specifics about exceeding water quality standards. So I think there may be indications if water quality is clearly degrading, that you may want to do something before you actually hit the water quality standard. So that would be my only comment on maybe that extra comment about exceeding standards may not really be necessary, or there may be some reason to do something about it before you hit the standard.
Oh, okay.
How about if it says that is being negatively impacted and approaching the water quality standards, not to make it any longer than it already is, because it clearly started long.
Glenn, are you seeing where that could be?
Yeah, it's the problem with that last line in what Ben is saying is if we could have something there that says reveals detrimental water quality results. See, here's the issue. If we end it, if we just say, in the event monitoring reveals detrimental water quality results, as of the date of the approval, the property owner will work with the town's consulting hydrologist to rectify the issue. I think that would go over, Carl.
What, Glenn?
What if we take out the clause that says in exceedance of applicable local, state, or federal groundwater and surface standards, so that we capture the idea that Dana was saying that if there is if the water monitoring shows detrimental impacts to water, to surface water or groundwater, that the owner would work with our town's consulting hydrogeologist to rectify the issue. Because perhaps it wouldn't be wise to ignore a trend of detrimental reporting until it exceeds the levels that are already established, if something could be done proactively so it never gets to that point. I think is what Dan is saying.
Yeah, that's exactly the point.
Okay. So Glenn, as you were speaking, you were breaking up again. So unfortunately, I really missed half of what you were saying.
I would posit that perhaps we take out the clause in exceedance of applicable local, state, or federal groundwater and surface standards.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering how Carl feels about that.
Okay.
I feel fine about it, and Mr. Stone might be available here just to weigh in, because he's been working with the two scientists has been working together. So Mr. Stone, I see you here. I'm not sure if you're on. I don't see any issue with that. I mean, Dana put it well, as well as Glenn. And if you just take out those words, the intent is if we see something, then we will act on it. And if Dana has her eyes and ears on something with Mr. Stone, we would act on it. And there's a whole process involved with that. And the intent is to actually be proactive on these things. And that's that goes back and forth with the coordination and everything. So I don't have any issue with that. It would happen anyhow. If the scientists are working together, we're working together. That's the intent. That's the spirit of doing it. So that I really don't have an issue.
Carl, Carl, I'm here.
Oh, okay, Mr. Stone.
Yeah, sorry, it's some reason everything disappeared on my screen. I think what Dana was proposing originally, the idea of leaving the reference to the standards in, but add some terminology that is more along the lines of indications of the water quality approaching the standards, that we would take some proactive measure. But I do think it's important that we do have a reference to a standard, because that's kind of the baseline that I don't want to call it the baseline, that's kind of the upper limits of what we're working with. So I think what Dana was proposing made sense, that to just add some wording in there that says, if there are indications of changes in water quality that are approaching local, state, and federal standards, that proactive measures will be taken to address it.
I think that clarifies it from our side, our standpoint. Also, I think I see Morgan's hand up. I'm not sure if he needs to weigh in. He's on our team.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
My name is Morgan Hollis. I'm an attorney in Nashua, New Hampshire, and I represent the applicant. And I helped Glenn with a number of the draft versions of this. So since this is really lawyering more than it is engineering, at the risk of being a lawyer, I'll jump in. My suggestion, in light of what Dana was saying, was following the word results, you strike out the word in and you simply say are approaching. So in the event monitoring reveals detrimental water quality results are approaching exceedance of applicable local, state, or federal groundwater and surface standards as of the date of the approval, the property owner will work with the town's consulting hydrogeologist to rectify the issue. So we're going to hit it before we get to the exceedance. It would be as they're approaching it. I don't know how Dana feels about that, but that's my lawyering.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hollis.
I would say as long as we don't, try to craft a percentage, that I would be happy with that clarification. Yeah, just, the point is, if things are really beginning to change significantly from, baseline and they're approaching, I think you're right. It's too easy to put in too much detail, but as long as we're not specific about what approaching, really equates to, I'm fine with that.
Okay. The purpose being to try to catch it before it's gone over the edge.
Right.
Perfect. Yes.
Before it's exceeded the limits, whatever those are.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. Glenn, you're shaking your head yes. Any issues from the board with regard to this modification? All right.
And I just have one
Oh.
question.
Hang on, Robin.
Yeah, so I know somebody had mentioned specifying what the applicable local, state, and federal limits are, or benchmarks are, but I'm also wondering at what point will we spell out the timeframes and frequency of the monitoring activity?
That's what they'll do in the first section of this.
Okay, and so that will be included in the plan?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, what I'd like to just to clarify that there'll be a written plan that, has been approved and will be submitted to the town so they know what to expect.
And that's stated as the condition of approval. So that would need to be in place. Am I correct?
You're correct.
Okay. Who was trying to speak just before I recognized Robin?
It was me, Steve. And it was the same question. When are we going to know what the periodic monitoring timetable was?
Okay. All right. Did that answer the question?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
You sure thing. Anything further on number 4? Okay.
The only other thing that Dana had mentioned, I'm sorry, I didn't raise my hand. I just started to speak.
Well, that's okay.
Okay, the only other question she had was, will we establish some sort of escrow account that allows Dana's involvement over the next several years? How will we work that? Shouldn't we, and would this be the proper condition to state that an escrow account will be established in order to pay for this consulting work?
Well, it's going to need to be, it needs to be stated somewhere, and whether it's here or does it get rolled into a more comprehensive performance bonding kind of a statement, or is it better to keep it separate? Glenn?
I think my preference would be to keep it separate because it's an amount of money that is set aside for a very specific task.
That's fine with me.
And task is going to go beyond construction, which is where our performance bonds usually end.
Right, right. All right, so how do we want that worded? And I'm assuming it would just be the final sentence on that.
So perhaps, yes, we just add a final sentence that says an escrow account will be established for the future monitoring of the site.
For future review of monitoring.
Yes, thank you. An escrow account will be established for the future review of monitoring.
Okay, and to be determined by whom? As far as an amount?
I think it should be part of, can't we incorporate that into the monitoring plan?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Because all of the activities that happen with this plan, with this long-term monitoring plan, they're going to have to be overseen by Dana.
Right. Okay, so is that wording sufficient then to cover us? I'm not seeing any objections, so. All right.
Can I just
Robin?
ask one more question? Sorry.
Yeah, Robin.
And I guess I'll defer to the attorney who's on the call, but we're not specifying that it's Dana and just Dana, correct? That in the event that Dana decides to, I don't know, move to
Retire.
Barbados. Yeah, that Dana or other, contracted hydrogeologist.
No, it's not referring to Dana at all.
Okay, sorry.
It's referring to the town's hydrogeologist, whoever that might be. I'm correct in that, am I not, Glenn?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I think of Dana as being that position forever, but that's presumptuous of me.
Thanks, Glenn.
And I would assume, I'm making the assumption that that's probably at least for the start of this, that's who that will be, but her name is not written in here, so it leaves the town with all the flexibility it needs for whatever reason. I know that Robin was sort of prompting the attorney. Mr. Hollis, did you have anything further on that?
No, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
If the board is ready, we'll go to number 5. Calculation and provision of a performance bond prior to construction in an amount as approved by the town's engineering consultant and Public Works Department to ensure improvements benefiting the public will be completed.
May I just ask Richard a question?
Yeah.
Do we really, we don't have a named Public Works Department, do we?
No.
We call it, I mean, it's the, what is it called? It's not called the Road Agents Department. What is it?
It's buildings and maintenance, isn't it? Richard, you're muted.
To me, Public Works is kind of a generic term in that it works in that spot. Because people would consider the road agent, you know.
Part of a Public Works Department?
I think you're fine with that.
Okay. I didn't call it out before, but just reading it now, I realize we really don't have one, but.
Do we need to define improvements benefiting the public?
Perhaps we should just say to ensure improvements required on the approved plans.
Yeah.
Sounds better to me.
That's probably better language, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
To ensure improvements required by the plan will be completed.
Yes. That sounds better. Required by the approved plan.
By the approved plan.
Doesn't this also protect us if they get midway through the building and decide to stop? That we bring the building to a safe compromise?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Hollis, do you have your hand up for a reason?
Oh,
I do, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
he does.
So here's my concern as the attorney for the applicant. The size of the bond for building an 800,000 square foot building will be ginormous and cost out this project so it's not completed. So in most site plan applications, there is a legitimacy to a town asking for a bond to ensure that any improvements that will benefit the public, that's why it was worded that way, have to be bonded for to be sure that they get taken care of. Anything that is anticipated to impact the public. But if it's on the private site, those improvements are not generally bonded because it is a private obligation. So I have some trouble with the words any improvements required by the plan, because that is a many millions of dollars that would require a bond. And it would be the first time I've ever seen that, frankly. So I'm trying to get to the heart of the concern. Most of the time, the issues are if you have public roadway, you want to make sure whatever the cost of the widening is, that'll be bonded. DOT makes sure of that anyway. If you have impacts, you're not going to have sewer and water impacts because you can't issue a C of O until you have that completed and signed off. And that's actually in the conditions of approval. So as a general rule, your department will look at what are the costs of having to make sure that the public is protected. And so that's where a bond comes in, to be sure that if the developer or the property owner doesn't complete the project to a point of safety, then the town has something to fall back on. But I would strenuously object to a bond to complete a building or any of the improvements shown on the plan I think it's pretty specific. And I would actually prefer leaving the words and leaving it up to the town department heads or the department personnel or the administrator who knows what they're looking for. It might be the fire and police. It might be the town road agent. It might be a combination with Glenn. But I don't mind taking out the words of the departments in particular, but just simply say town's consultants and staff maybe. And then usually you'll come up with a bond that protects everybody, but it's not overly large. That's my say. So I really object to all improvements. It'll make the project unfeasible. Nobody will complete it.
Well,
Thank you,
yeah,
Mr.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying because we don't ever, in our bond, we don't ever include, for instance, the cost of constructing the building or anything like that, but we do include like the stormwater management devices that are on site.
Yeah, I would argue that a lot of the disturbance of the site, a lot of the site work itself, should that be stopped short of completion and cause negative impacts to the surrounding river and so forth and the natural resources, that would be an issue benefiting the public. And so those things really should be considered as part of the bonding.
I got it, that I kind of interpreted what he said is he's okay with including that and the highway and that type of stuff, but not the building.
Correct.
I'm okay with that, particularly considering the fact that this discussion will be part of the minutes.
Many times it's just it's a site restoration bond, and Mr. Quintel's probably familiar with all that. And, you know, I don't know if we can hear from Mr. Quintel or not, but usually it's a hybrid of items that is reviewed by Mr. Quintel and the departments to Attorney Hollis's point. And usually it would include a site restoration bond, which is protecting the public if something happens. And I don't know if Mr. Quintel can weigh in on that.
Sure.
Yeah, so a lot of times, a number of times in the past, what we've done is during the pre-construction meeting, we have a pre-construction meeting and we finalize that type of discussion with the department heads and work out the final bond amount and what it's going to entail. I mean, we certainly can talk about it now, but it's just going to extend this night a lot longer. So certainly we can work it out prior to construction and work out that amount. And the way it's worded probably is okay for now. And just being cognizant of the discussion that we've had tonight, I'm sure that we can work something out that's agreeable and make sure that the public is being safe. And also whatever costs are associated for engineering review fees, whether it's me or somebody else who does the inspections during the construction, should be included in that also, in that bond amount.
Okay, thanks, Dennis. So are we saying that we're back to the original wording now? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Glenn, are you on board with that?
I'm making a note to delete my strike through.
Okay. All right, anything more from the board on this one? All right, number 6. Final review by the fire department that all fire protection issues have been addressed and plans and design of the building shall be approved by the fire department and or reviewed by a third party, parentheses, typically SFC engineering, close parentheses, and police department. And I see Fire Chief Pellerin is still with us. Any comment from you on this one, Chief?
Glenn, I did, I emailed Glenn and Glenn Glenn Greenwood and Ellen, that also speaking with Chief Briggs, a repeater system or a radio channel amplifier would be added to the building as well. So if you add that into the notes as well.
I think we've got that captured in one of the other notes, did we not, Glenn?
We did, Graham, we put that, that's gonna be a long way from this discussion. It's number 30.
Okay, I'll wait.
Yes, that is one of the conditions.
All right, thank you.
You'll be asleep by then.
My son will be.
Okay. Anything further then on number 6 from the board? Okay, not seeing any. Number 7. Snow plowing contractor for the 4 lots must be Green Snow Pro certified and must file the annual certification with the town prior to each snow plowing season, and also document periodically with the town that plowing and treatment of all pavement, including specifically the porous pavement, are completed correctly. When you say plowing and treatment, is it just related to snow removal when we're talking about the porous pavement, Glenn?
I thought it was treatment and maintenance.
Well, what I'm concerned about is that porous pavement needs very, very specific maintenance in order to maintain its porosity.
Right.
And is that captured in this note, or is that captured somewhere else?
That's intended to be captured here.
Oh, okay. Because this number 7 to me reads just about snow plowing.
And maybe the last sentence where it says including the specifications should include maintenance of that pavement as well, annual maintenance or semi-annual, whatever is required.
Well, that's, I mean, whatever is required is going to be outlined in the operation and maintenance manual.
Correct.
Whatever that happens to be. I just want to make sure that it's captured somewhere in the conditions, and if we can roll it into this one, that's fine.
It was my belief that we had covered that in this. If we have not, I'm open to how we can better word this to cover it. And this also is another area where Dana had a suggestion.
Okay.
Did I say something?
Dennis, yes.
Yeah, if after, within that parentheses, you could add including specifically the annual maintenance of the porous pavement, something like that.
And
just adding a couple of words in there.
Annual requirements, maybe.
Yeah, something like that would cover it.
Not eliminated to one time a year.
Well, but maybe the O&M manual doesn't say annual, and maybe it's semi-annual. Who knows?
Well, that's why I said annual requirements, which if the annual requirements are you vacuum it 4 times a year.
Okay. How about including specifically the maintenance requirements of the porous pavement?
That'll work.
That'll work too.
All right, and the suggestion from Dana for this one was to add a final line that says this will include submittal of salt usage data sheets included in the stormwater operation and maintenance plan.
including what sheets, Glenn? Salt?
Salt usage.
Salt usage data sheets.
Okay. Any issues from the board with those additional words?
Or from Carl?
Or from Mr. Hollis?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Can I just, sorry.
Robin?
So specific to the Green Snow Pro program, which I understand might be what's in consideration now and for years to come, but thinking longer term as similar programs are developed, I guess, is there a benefit to just having the word or similar program included in the language so that they're not bound to this particular, or if the program folds?
Or equivalent?
Everyone comes along.
Right.
How about or equivalent?
Perfect.
Folks okay with that change?
Good point.
Yep.
So must be Green Snow Pro or equivalent certified?
Or equivalent and equal.
Must be Green Snow Pro certified or equivalent.
Yeah.
Or Green Snow Pro or equivalent certified.
We don't know if whatever comes next, if they call themselves certified.
True. Good point.
But we know that Green Snow Pro does have a certification.
Right. Okay. Must be Green Snow Pro certified or equivalent. And then it continues on with, then it continues.
Or equivalent, and must file the annual certification.
Right. Okay. And then we've added the issue about the maintenance requirement on the porous, and then we've included the last sentence regarding the submission of salt usage data sheets.
Correct.
Does that capture everything we need in that one? Okay. And as we go through these, if once we get to the end eventually, if folks have issues and need to go back to any one of these, we can do that. It's not that we're putting this to bed at this point, but it would be nice to make our way through these. All right, number 8. All easements providing cross-access and cross-emergency access, cross-boundary stormwater system usage, and cross-boundary septic system usage, and cross-boundary utility crossings to be reviewed and approved by town's legal counsel and recorded prior to building permit issued. Any questions on that one? Okay. I'm not seeing any hands or other gestures, so number 9.
25% done.
Okay, satisfaction of the mitigation requirements imposed by the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services for filling of the wetland on the property by payment of mitigation fee to, we probably should spell out Southeast Land Trust, which is SELT.
Yeah, you're right.
We can use SELT, but it probably should be spelled out more clearly in addition to that. Or purchase of appropriate conservation easement or land within the town of Kingston.
Glenn, it's Peter.
Peter, yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure the mitigation fee, it's usually, you pay into the state mitigation fund. In this case, you pay for the purchase of the approved conservation easement, which is they've already agreed to. And then in doing so, that I guess Southeast Land Trust would have an easement, but it says mitigation fee to SELT. I don't think you pay to SELT, and it says payment to SELT or purchase appropriate conservation easement. I think since they've already decided they're going to purchase the conservation easement, that we specify that. I think if we said the payment of the mitigation fee to SELT, I don't think SELT's in a position to accept ARM fees or whatever the state fund is. And I guess the attorney, I'll ask the attorney if he wants to make that sentence sound better, since I'm not too good.
I see Mr. Hollis has put his video on and his hand up, so I'm guessing he would like to say something.
Okay, good.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Right after SELT, it says or purchase. It should be for purchase.
For purchase, yeah.
Yeah, the arrangement actually has been completed. We are paying SELT directly. It's all been set up that way. So they will use the money to purchase the easement or land, depending on what the final arrangement with the property owner may be. But it's an unusual setup, but that's how it's done. We're paying directly to SELT. That's been approved by everyone.
Okay, so just change or to for.
Correct. Thank you.
Great. Easy.
Okay. Peter, does that take care of your question?
That's it. That I think is what I intended.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on number 9? Okay. Number 10. Prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, recording of the operations and maintenance manual for stormwater management system in the Rockingham County Registry of Deeds.
Does the registry record manuals?
I think they'll record any documents, won't they, Glenn? Glenn? Hello? Glenn?
I'm sorry, was there a question there?
There was. Lynn asked if the registry would record a manual.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else on number 10? Okay. Number 11.
Just to go back to number 10, just recording the manual, that's all well and good, but it shouldn't say that something about the manual being the governing document for this.
Well, that's part of, I mean, it's part and parcel with whatever approval the board might make that includes that. So it's
right. I think we have it somewhere else in the approval that they follow the stormwater management system. That's fine.
Okay, well, let's get through these, Peter, and keep a note on that one. And if you don't think that we've covered it adequately, we can go back to it. Number 11. And just a note, Robin had asked this question earlier. I want to make sure everyone understands that the ones with an asterisk beside it will be included as notes on the plan, just in case you were wondering. Number 11, proposed warehouse/distribution center uses shall not include fulfillment centers whereby retail purchases would be delivered in mass quantities from the site directly to home-based customers, and to allow use of the property as fulfillment center. Appropriate site plan amendments may be required. Am I the only one who finds that worded awkwardly?
I think instead of maybe, it should be would be required. Right?
Well, I mean, yeah, I suppose if you wanted to be really particular, I mean, the bottom line is that anything that deviates from whatever approval is granted, it requires further action by the board for an amendment. So
And may makes it sound like could or could not. If it says would be required, then they have to. We ran into that with a engineer in town that he questioned our use of the word may.
Yeah.
Would it be easier just to end the first sentence after home-based consumers, period? Delete the word and put a capital T on to?
Do we even need to say that? I mean, I guess if
Yeah,
that is not an approved use, wouldn't that be a requirement moving forward anyhow?
I think that is correct. I think that's correct.
I mean, actually, if you wanted to, we could do a completely separate note that would just state that any deviation from the approval requires, further action from the planning board or the town, or however you want to phrase it.
Sounds like number 32.
Well, so if we did something like that, then number 11
would be fine.
Well, no.
Well, we
Needs
truncate
two
it.
sentences anyway.
Right, we truncate it though, right?
Yeah.
And we would end it where? After home-based consumers?
That's what I'm thinking.
I think that's what you were suggesting, Lynn.
Yes.
Yeah.
So not to get stuck in the weeds here, but I think
Oh, we're in the
based
weeds.
on, well, yeah, based on Mr. Dubé's earlier comment. So with rare exception, there would be instances where retail purchases could be delivered from the site directly to home-based consumers. But based on how I understood it, that would not be in mass quantities. That would be, a solitary item that was delivered with rare exception.
It would be an exception that would not be in mass quantities. Carl?
Yes, and also I'd like to point out that the existing warehouse does deliver to some homes for some of the things that they're doing in there, appliances and that type of thing. So I think the request would be that to clarify number 11, that the proposed warehouse distribution center building, that one, because the existing building is already being used for that.
Well, are they still doing that there?
They are.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right. So what are we saying here then?
Oh, go ahead.
In relationship to the large building,
The
no
new,
deliveries will be made.
This is specifically for the new building.
Right.
yes. So we just have to clarify for the new building.
It already is. It says for the proposed warehouse distribution center,
Suggesting add building after center.
which is the new building.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So are we then saying we're going to truncate that? We're going to stop it after where it says consumers?
Sounds good to me.
And then make myself a note for number 32, which would also have an asterisk, because if it's not already a note on the plan, we would want it on the plan. That Glenn, you're going to have to come up with the wording on this, but something to the effect, any deviation from approved plan requires.
How about uses not in compliance with the conditions of this approval would require further site plan
But
review?
it's not just in compliance with the conditions, it's with its compliance with the entire plan.
The proposed use.
Yeah, it's everything.
I think, Glenn, you said before, any deviation from the plan would require an amended site plan approval.
Any deviation from the approved plan requires further approval by the planning board.
Sounds good.
Requires additional planning board review.
Requires further planning board review. Okay. I mean, that goes without saying. I mean, this is really just belt and suspenders, but I mean, the bottom line is that anytime an approved plan is deviated from, it requires an amendment. So, Carl?
I think it would probably be best if it just said a material deviation. I mean, if we, how do you define that? You know, staff can define that, the scientists reviewing this, the engineer. I think it should say a material deviation. I mean, if it's a minor little adjustment, like a construction adjustment that actually made it better, most of the time the staff or the reviewing engineer would say they want that. But if there was, you know, one little change to one little thing, then we have to go back to the planning board. It just has to be like a material change of some sort instead of any. Any is a, you know, all encompassing. If we, you know, move a plant, you know, 24 inches, someone could say that was a deviation.
Okay.
It's just the word any can be really.
I hear you.
But if we say any deviation from the approved plan requires further planning board review, it could be, that review could take place by way of a letter or by way of the consulting engineer saying, this is an on-site change.
That's usually how it's done, but they usually don't say any because they get into issues of, you know, everything. If the building was, say, you know, 45 feet high and then we end up with a final thing at 44 feet 6 inches because of a piece of trim, then we have to go back, and that wouldn't be fair.
Okay, Carl, I'm going to amend my suggested wording and just remove the word any and just say deviation from the approved plan requires further planning board review.
And that's generally accepted. I mean, I know Morgan can weigh in on this, but that's, or Dennis or Glenn. That's more of a. That's
You
more.
don't want me to.
That's more of an appropriate, that because there's a level of precision or, you know, statistics on things like that.
Right?
Okay. We kind of had 32 done, but we're going to do that when it's number 32, right?
That's right.
Yep. So
Okay.
we're truncating number 11 with a period after consumers.
Correct. All right. Number 12. Compliance with the Kingston sound ordinance to be measured at the property line to the rural residential district.
My amendment to this one, should we bring in the lighting ordinance into the same thing since there's no mention of lighting ordinance later?
Yeah, and the technical term is noise standards. It's the term they use in the ordinance. So I think noise standards, and Rich, you said lighting standards.
Yeah.
So this was also why I asked earlier about the
compliance with the Kingston noise being standards.
Robin, go ahead.
No, this was why I asked earlier about the rural residential district, because then the decibel levels are lower, as I understand it, because when there's a discrepancy between emitting and receiving, you go with the lower number.
But when we're looking at this, I think we need to truncate this to the property line because there's no property line on this property that borders the rural residential district.
Right.
Except maybe to the west, northwest. But So I would think at the property line, they're not supposed to have the noise go beyond the property line.
Correct.
So I think if you just stopped at property line, it'd be fine.
Well, how
That's what's
about,
stated in the noise standards?
how about just that it needs to comply with the sound ordinance and the lighting ordinance, period?
That's fine.
That's fine.
I mean, rather than getting into detail of, because when you go to the ordinance, it specifies what the decibel levels are, it specifies that it's measured at the property line.
So compliance with the Kingston noise and lighting ordinance, is that what we're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Or noise and lighting standards?
It's a noise standard and a lighting ordinance, correct?
Yes.
Well,
I think it is.
but they're both in the ordinance, are they not?
They are. They're both in the ordinance.
So one is an outdoor lighting ordinance and the other one is the noise standards ordinance.
Ah,
So the Kingston noise standard ordinance
And outdoor lighting ordinance.
Carl, you had your hand up. Did you want to say something?
No, Ms. Merrill pointed it out.
Okay.
I think that you did just refer to the ordinances as you guys pointed out, because there's more specifications in there you want to embed.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So anything else on number 12? 13, site signage shall require administrative planning board approval prior to issuance of a sign permit. Okay, seeing nothing on that one, I'll assume you're okay with that one. Number 14. Here again, we've got some acronyms, Glenn, that I think we probably, at least the first one, we probably should be spelling out. SWPPP/EPA plans. I assume that's related to stormwater. Glenn?
Yes, it is.
Okay. But what I think spelling that out would be helpful.
Stormwater prevention, no, stormwater pollution prevention plan?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Plans and permitting for temporary erosion controls and related monitoring provisions will be in place prior to commencement of construction and be inspected and monitored by the design engineer as needed, including construction phasing. Copies shall be provided to the town. Erosion control systems for new work and access and all other required safety/code provisions to existing functional facilities shall be provided by the owner and contractor. Refer to Erosion Control Plan A, sheet 49. Is that the correct reference to the sheet? Carl, can you answer that question? Sheet 49.
It's actually sheets 49 through 55.
For the erosion control?
Yes, and actually, Dennis can point out that the SWIP package is something separate, and Dennis, as the reviewing engineer, would be reviewing that, and he would also be inspecting as we go along. So that's sort of a belt and suspenders, because his eyes and boots are going to be on the ground as well as the SWIP package for the reporting. That's all incorporated in this item 14 by virtue of the SWIP EPA plans and permitting, as well as the earlier items that the Mr. Quintel or his equivalent would be out there on the site inspecting and checking it as well. So it gives you a belt suspenders on that. And that SWIP package is actually even a more detailed package than the erosion control package, sheets 49 through 55. There's a whole manual and everything else that goes through that whole process. So you're covered on that. Also written into this is the phasing and construction. And you see those words in there to make sure that the existing operations and facilities are properly done and operating, as well as construction. So all of that, Mr. Quintel or his equivalent would be looking at and monitoring all at the same time, so that the sequence of building these things is done appropriately.
Okay.
So should that parenthetical sheet 49, should it really say sheets 49 through something else?
Through 55, I think.
I would suggest you just take it out, because it's going to be superseded with more detailed SWIP plans and packaging. The erosion control plans that we have in the set are already by definition a requirement. You don't necessarily need to refer to those specific sheets. There's other sheets in the plan set that talk about that as well, details and erosion control details. But if you must, you could put that in there. You don't need to, because there's more overriding detail and processes and more plans and reports that come into the SWIP package anyhow. I would just take out the refer to, because that's just one piece of it. You'd have to, it's really all inclusive. But if you feel more comfortable, you could say refer to the erosion control plans and details.
How do folks feel about that? So refer to erosion control plans
and details.
And detailed.
And details.
Details.
Yeah.
And delete a sheet 49.
Right.
Sounds more thorough.
Okay. All right. Okay. Number 15. This is a long one.
There's a lot in this one.
Yep. Okay. And this relates to pre-construction. Okay, so a pre-construction meeting and an ongoing inspection/monitoring program schedule shall be put into place with the project designers, town engineer, and inspectors as required, parentheses refer to sheet D2, close parentheses. Infiltration systems, including porous pavements, storm tech, and other treatment systems, infiltration ponds, treatment practices, and related testing and compliance measures shall be reviewed and conducted and provided in collaboration with the town reviewing engineer during construction, and in parentheses refer to detail sheets and associated notes, close parentheses. For any proposed materials specified below infiltration systems, the construction depths and rates shall be inspected and tested and witnessed with reports provided to the town. SWIP plans and EPA filings are required prior to commencement of instruction. The SWIP operator and maintenance procedures for stormwater management systems shall be recorded at the Rockingham County Registry of Deeds prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy. Dennis or Glenn, any input on this one, or is that?
Is SWIP operator correct, or should it be SWIP operation and maintenance procedures?
I would guess operation, but I don't know.
Do you see where I'm asking, Dennis? Third line from the bottom.
Yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think you could make the SWIP operations. and maintenance procedures, yes. And that's just a part of the SWIP plan.
Okay.
There's a whole lot going on there.
Yep. Dennis, you have anything else to say on that one, or are we good to move on? Dennis, you're muted again. Dennis?
I'm sorry, I thought I did unmute. You okay
Well,
now?
you did, but then it clicked back to mute.
Oh, boy.
I was just asking if you had any further comment on this before we move on.
We're fine.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Number 16. All project work shall be laid out and upon completion of construction as built by the licensed surveyor of record as noted on site plan sheet 16. Non-disturbance limits shall be provided prior to start of construction and maintained with orange construction fencing for the duration of construction. Construction and as-built compliance with the overlay districts pertaining to shoreland and wetland buffer zones shall be laid out prior to construction and as built upon completion of construction by the project surveyor of record. As built compliance with the overlay district pertaining to aquifer protection maximum impervious areas shall be provided upon completion of construction and prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy. Refer to sheets 57 through 62. A lot going on in that one too. Dennis, any thoughts on this one? Or Glenn?
I'm going to defer to Dennis.
Dennis is still muted, so, oh, he's thumbs up. Okay, all right. The board okay with this one for now? Okay. Number 17. Substantial completion definition for the purposes of New Hampshire RSA 674:39 and related provisions for each site improvement project for the existing office site, the existing warehouse site, and new warehouse site will be reasonably determined as recommended by planning staff, engineering reviewer, and town council, and annotated accordingly on the site overview plan sheet 15 as reserved for such notation. And Glenn has a note in here for us that this should be determined at our meeting tonight. So this all relates to, we have to define what constitutes substantial construction of the project, because that then vests the project and protects it from future changes to zoning. Is that right, Glenn?
Correct.
So Glenn, do you have a recommendation, or Dennis, as to what you would suggest we determine as substantial or set as substantial completion?
Well, not too surprisingly, when I sent this back over, the applicant has some ideas.
Well, I would expect so.
And just, if you don't mind me reading them quickly.
Sure.
So as to the language on substantial completion, they break it out between the site plan and the subdivision plan. And for the site plan, they say all stormwater management facilities and septic systems, excepting the connecting lines to the proposed building, be constructed. The new proposed driveway entrances be constructed up to the parking lot area for each parcel to the gravel stage, but not base coat or asphalt. not base coat of asphalt, sorry. And that payment for the cost of the traffic light installation at the Route 125, Route 107 intersection be made. Those would be the things that they suggest need to be done in order to qualify as substantial improvement for the site plan. And those seem appropriate to me. So the board can certainly have a different opinion, but they're talking about quite a bit of activity being accomplished. And the idea behind substantial improvement is making sure that there's an activity committed on the site to show that they should be vested from changes in our zoning if we choose to do that. And so those seem appropriate to me. The subdivision plan, they say the new proposed septic system in leach field, replacing the existing septic system, be completed, and that the new proposed driveway entrances off Route 125 be constructed up to the parking lot area for each parcel to the gravel stage paving. And again, that's showing a level of commitment to the development of the site to warrant the declaration of substantial improvement.
So using that standard, then none of the actual building construction would be included as part of substantial improvement.
Correct.
I'm okay with that. After doing a site walk, there is a tremendous amount of pre-building work to be done.
Thoughts from the rest of the board? Okay. Well, Glenn.
For the site plan, honestly, for the site plan, for them to be saying, you know, the payment for the cost of the traffic light installation, that's going to be significant.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you're paying for work that's being done by NHDOT is significant.
Yeah. All right. Well, hearing nothing different from the board, and Glenn, you indicate that you're comfortable with what the applicant has proposed, then should we be voting on that?
Wouldn't we vote on it as a condition of a?
Yeah, I would say that language be included in number 17.
Do we want to vote on that, or do we just want to put it in based on consensus with this discussion? I mean, it'll end up getting voted upon as a condition once.
It would.
At the end, so.
Put it in.
Just put it in.
Put it in the end.
Yeah.
Just put it in.
Okay.
If we have to vote on every word change, we're never going to leave it.
Well, that's true. All right, so. So Glenn, you're just going to use the words that you gave to us.
I am indeed.
Okay. Number 18. A brief report describing the removal of the existing septic system and leach field removal, soil sampling, and analytical results shall be provided to the town within a month of the leach field removal.
Sounds good.
Right. I'm not seeing any hands or other gestures, so moving on. Number 19.
No.
Glenn.
Could we, I think that Dana had something to say about this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dana, are you still with us?
I am, I'm here.
Wasn't this one that you had comment on?
Yeah, so my only comment was there was another item that referred to the removal of the septic system. And I just suggested that they be combined into one statement. So I have it reading, the applicant agrees to remove the existing septic system and complete soil analysis of the soils beneath the system to guide soil depth, excavating, and disposal, which was already, down in number 31 or something. And just bring that up to precede the mention of the brief report so that they're all in one spot.
Well, number,
Dana's number 8.
I'm trying to find the note on here, Glenn, that Dana's referring to, and I'm not seeing it. It's not note 31.
Well, it was, oh, maybe it was 20. Yeah, I took it out. Oh, it was 29. Yeah, it was the original note was number 29.
That one's talking about the effluent and nitrate concentrations and.
Huh. Well, there was one in there.
Well, the one before it is talking about floor drains.
Yeah. I don't know why. The version I got from Glenn had a specific statement.
Well, something must have
There
changed.
was. Oh, you know what? What I think was removed because they were considering that it was already spoken to in number 18. Because the formerly read, the applicant agrees to remove the existing septic system and complete soil analysis of the soils beneath the system. So I think that they just determined that that had already been discussed in number 18.
Aren't we on 18?
We are. I'm on the one I gave to you. You erased portion of 29, which seemed to duplicate number 18.
Oh, okay.
So Dana's proposed number 18 would read, the applicant agrees to remove the existing septic system and complete soil analysis of the soils beneath the system to guide soil depth, excavating a brief report describing removal of the existing septic system and leach field removal, soil sampling, and analytical results shall be provided to the town within a month of the leach field removal.
That sounds a lot more detailed.
And that I think is saying exactly what they were implying they would do. So I would think that they don't have a problem with that. Attorney Hollis.
Mr. Attorney Hollis and Carl are shaking their head yes and thumbs up. So we're saying we're going to replace number 18 with the wording you just read from Dana?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And you've got that in front of you, Glenn, so you know what that is.
I do.
Okay. Anything else from the board on this one? Okay, number 19. Upon commencement of construction, the piping which is proposed off of the existing warehouse to no longer be used shall be removed and the buffer area restored. The discharge area around the remaining pipe shall be restored to reduce erosion and channelization in this area upon completion of construction of replacement piping.
I'm assuming this is talking about the floor drains.
I don't think so. Dana?
Yeah, so this was the roof drain discharge.
Okay.
So the old, yeah, in fact, I included a clarification in there that it should read the roof drain discharge piping. And I didn't have anything, there was a statement at the end that wasn't in the version that I had. I think there just gonna be, abandonment of one of the roof drain discharges and retention of the other one, if I'm not mistaken, and that needs some additional work to restore the erosion and channel, the condition of the stormwater discharge area.
Okay, so do we need any changes to 19, or is that? I kind of got lost, Dana, when you were talking about it.
Oh, sorry. Well, I think we should clarify at the very least to say the roof drain discharge piping as opposed to the piping.
Okay,
Upon commencement of construction of the roof drain discharge piping.
Well, so the discharge piping is existing, and they're not using one of the roof drains, and they're going to continue to use the other one. It's going to be directed. I mean, maybe Carl can speak to this a little more succinctly than I can, but my understanding was that one would be removed and the other one would be retained. And I just want to make sure that's noted, and that there's going to be improvement of the stormwater controls at the discharge point.
Because I think that's why this paragraph says of used. I think that's what they're trying to clarify, is it's the roof drain that's not going to be used anymore.
Okay. All right. It's just a little confusing the way.
It is a little awkward.
so
if it helps, we did update the plan to show that. That was part of that little package.
Yeah, I haven't seen the plan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this was a combination of engineer and lawyer, and it tells you the difference in speak, I guess.
that's a dangerous thing.
But I think it reads better now that I'm reading it and hearing Dana speak and understanding. It might read better if we say, upon commencement of construction, the roof drain discharge piping. So we add the words roof drain discharge before piping, which is proposed, and then strike the words off of the existing warehouse, because that gets a little confusing there. So it'll read, which is proposed to no longer be used, shall be removed and the buffer area restored. Then the discharge area around the remaining pipe shall be restored to reduce erosion and channelization. I think just the deletion of those 5 words, off of the existing warehouse, will clarify it.
I would agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is the board clear on this now with those changes? Okay. All right. Moving on, number 20. A final electronic version of the plan set shall be submitted to the planning board. Do we need to specify the format of that? Or is it understood? Is it PDF?
Is there a reason for the final electronic version as opposed to usually the final version is the one copy that Ellen mentioned that she wanted to have in the files, the hard copy?
Well, I think we always get a hard copy, but I think we always get I mean, this is just stating, again, it's belt and suspenders. I think we always need.
Okay.
But if we're going to state it here, I'm just wondering, do we specify a format? That's all.
It's probably clearer just to ask for it in PDF.
Fine.
A final electronic PDF version.
However you want to phrase it, yeah. Okay, number 21. The applicant shall enter into a long-term maintenance agreement with the town detailing the maintenance of the stormwater drainage system and pervious pavement I guess that should be a period there. Said agreement to be recorded in Rockingham County Registry of Deeds. So this would sort of go hand in hand with the O&M manual that we were going to record earlier in the.
Earlier on, yes.
Yeah, okay. But this is specifically an agreement with the town, so it goes hand in hand with the other one, but it's a separate thing. Yes, yes.
Yes.
Correct.
Questions from the board? Seeing none. Oh, Robin. You're muted. There you go.
Yeah, is there a word missing in here somewhere?
Oh, well, that's distinctly possible.
Which
word do
maybe
you think?
between pavement and said, insert the word with?
Oh, Glenn was suggesting we do a period at pavement.
And then just take that, okay, never
And
mind.
then have said be just the beginning, said agreement to be recorded in the Rockingham.
Okay.
Yeah, as I was reading it, I was making that adjustment because it seemed like it was just sort of running together at the end there.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 22, the applicant agrees to insert a note on the plan expressly confirming that the site will not be used for drone delivery activity.
My comments, I hope this is the last time I hear drone delivery mentioned.
Oh, it won't be the last, Richard. Maybe tonight, you never know. Okay. I'm assuming the board's okay with that one. All right. 23, the easement area on lot 1D shall be changed to include the basin. All right, can somebody explain to me what that's all about? All right, my question then for Carl is, has that already been made on, has that change already been made on the plan?
It was one of my comments, so that's why it's probably there.
Okay.
I believe we did. You can see that on sheet S5, and Dennis wanted to make sure that the easement was adjusted to include, widened to include the basin area, and I think we did that. But I would just leave the note on there just in case, just to make sure. Doesn't hurt to keep it. Item 23.
Yep. Okay.
So maybe we say
what's that?
What, Glenn?
Or maybe we say the language for the easement area on shall be changed to it so that it refers to the fact that there will be an easement document.
Well, there will be easement documents for everything, but I think the initial comment was that the area itself, the easement, the dashed lines on the plan need to be, make sure that those are encompassing the basin that's shown on the grading plans. And I think we did that, but you can just leave, I would suggest you leave the note just the way it is, and that just gives you some more assurance that to make sure that was done properly and checked by the town engineer prior to us, finalizing everything, that one final check of everything that's annotated in the rest of the requirements.
Okay. Dennis, does that accurately reflect what you were concerned about?
Yeah, what happened was there was a change to that detention basin. So the detention basin area changed, but the limits of the easement didn't change. So it's just a matter of making sure that the limits were in the proper place, and that's just a checkoff item. And just like Kyle says, leave it there, and we'll just make sure that it's corrected when we do our final review.
Okay. All right. Number 24. The plans shall show the pipe size and type from catch basins C1, C2, and C3, and the outlet from the basin OCMH and downstream manholes must have inverts, outlet pipe size and type. I'm assuming this is also one of yours, Dennis?
Yeah, it's another comment, and I think I reviewed the plan that was changed, and I think those changes were made, but if you want to leave it in there, so to make sure that we check it over again on the final plans, that's fine, but I think they've already been changed.
Okay.
I would agree, just suggest leave it in there and leave the note, that way you don't have to renumber things.
Yep. All right, I'm seeing no hands up from the board, so next, number 25. In the event the peak period traffic from lot 17-1-A is significantly higher on an ongoing basis than, that should be than, THAN, than as presented by the applicant's traffic consultant, the owner/user agree to pay the cost of providing a traffic control officer at certain peak times until the traffic has been sufficiently reasonably addressed by the owner/user or until such officer is no longer warranted. I think this was a request of the police chief, am I not?
It was.
Okay. And I think these were actually his words.
They were, and I was wondering if that's a little vague. I mean, who decides on what significant is? And I mean, obviously the police chief would have some ideas. You know, if there's backups of trucks beyond the turn lanes and stopping traffic on 125, that would be significant. But this kind of goes to what I was saying before, is when you have a traffic study, is there anything that we can do the way we did with the TMD that says that if you're more than 10% beyond the maximum values used as assumptions in the study, then you need to come back, you need to get a new study done. And I don't know if that may be entirely within the state. I know Glenn Koppelman, you said last time that there's the traffic study provides even more protection than we can. So I don't know if you want to elaborate on that.
I think the chief left it this way on purpose.
So that he could determine what, I don't know if that's fair to the applicant though, you know.
I think there's three terms there that are difficult: significantly higher, ongoing basis, and sufficiently reasonably addressed.
Hmm.
I mean, I would much prefer to see something that's tighter, if this is the requirement that refers back to the original traffic study.
Right. And this is where the recommendations of our traffic analysis was that we create two conditions of approval. One was for the time management plan would be, that was used in the study, be incorporated, and the other one was that I believe that the values used in the study require that if they're exceeded, that another study be done. And that would have to go, of course, to the state, but they may have to increase the width of the road or do something if this operation grows to an extent that that we can't handle the traffic. And I don't know what, I know last time Richard said that we may not be the ones who can act on that, but I think we can put a cap on this. A lot of the public comment has been about the size of this operation, and you know, it's permitted in the zone and everything else, but you know, as it stands now, we don't have any way of controlling if this becomes a significant operation that's much bigger than what's stated in the traffic plan.
It is a state road. It is state responsibility. I think the chief made this statement so he could put an officer out there until something is done by the state to correct any situation that gets out of hand.
Okay.
I mean, that's my feeling. I'm interpreting his statement and what he said in the past.
So I'm wondering if Lynn might have some ideas about how that could be reworded. You know, if specific, you know, road blockages occur, or
Well, let me recognize Carl, see what he has to say here.
One thing we would like to suggest is leave the wording the way it is, but add, you say here is significantly higher on an ongoing basis. And you can add words after that word basis, as determined by the police chief and the town's traffic consultant. And we would be okay with that, as determined by the police chief and the town's traffic consultant. And then again, at the same thing, you add the same clarification words, has been sufficiently reasonably addressed by the owner user, as determined by the police chief and the town's traffic consultant. So I think you have some belt suspenders there. We're not mincing words on percentages or this or that, or you know, right. And we're actually just, we feel comfortable, we feel confident, and you know, we would be happy to refer those opinions to two entities. One would be the police department of the town, and the other one would be the actual town's traffic consultant. So both of those. So we would be happy to, if you could add in those two phrases. We believe that
Where did the second one, suggesting the second one, Carl?
Has been sufficiently reasonably addressed by the owner/user, as determined by the police chief and town's traffic consultant. So as determined by the town's police chief and traffic consultant. That would be after owner/user.
Gotcha.
And then the first place you'd insert it would be where?
After basis.
On where it
The
says
first
on,
one is after basis.
after basis. Okay.
Right, ongoing basis.
And just leave it, just strike then as presented by the applicant's traffic consultant. That just gets messy. We really want to go back to this is the police chief's, you know, suggestion anyhow. So we want to go back to that position of police chief and the position of town traffic engineer. So, and that seems very fair. And then we just take out as presented by our own people, unless you want us to leave that in there, but it just seems more pragmatic. It is more reasonable, and you can define that, because you can just go to those two entities and say, what's going on here? What do we need to do? If you need to do anything, we don't believe you'll have to do anything, but it's good that it is in here.
And I think that statement protects the town, so I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Does anyone want me to reread it the way we've adjusted it? No?
No.
Okay. All right. Glenn, you got that okay?
I have it.
Okay. 26. During construction, all private roadways shall be constructed to the town of Kingston standards. I don't know why we say during construction, but
I think that's so they're checked and verified during construction.
oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Any issues with this one? Okay.
I think it's in our ordinances anyway.
Well, a lot of this stuff is. But...
It is, yeah. I know.
Okay, number 27. The applicant shall pay the impact fee assessment in the amount of $432,900 prior to the issuance of the new building certificate of occupancy. Is it
I've got a quick question on that. We never waived the police fee, did we? the 20 cent per square foot. I'm kind of wondering why that was omitted from this impact fee.
Well, I'm wondering why do we even state the exact amount of the impact fee? Why
Yeah, that's what they wrote on the plans.
What's that?
Yeah, I know they've written that on the plans. I think, and the next statement is that the impact fees would be determined, or actually the next line on their plans says that the impact fee payments will be determined sometime during construction, pre-construction. So I don't think we have to state the amount, but I do think that we should not exclude, unless we waive, the police impact fee. And I'm not sure why that was dropped. Commercial development has.
Why do you?
How do you know that that's not in here?
I looked at the notes on the plan, and they only refer to the fire department fee, and they used the smaller number that doesn't involve major vehicles. So I don't know if that came from the fire department or wherever.
Well, why don't we just say the applicant shall pay the impact fee assessment?
Yeah, and that's not determined by us anyway. That's
right. So I don't think we need the dollar value in there, but I don't think we need to specify it's only the fire department, because there's the police, and that's determined at selectman level or at least the town building inspector level or something.
Carl wants to respond to this. He may clarify things.
Okay.
Who?
Carl Dubé.
Oh yes, Carl.
Yes, sir. So just to be clear, and then we can take care of this pretty quickly. Under section 405 of the ordinance, it's the impact fee ordinance. And a couple things. Number one, it's assessed and it's actually calculated upon site plan approval. So when you actually approve the site plan, it's calculated at that point, and that's per section 405.6.a. So that's why most towns, if they say that, then you have to put the number in there to protect yourself, and then it protects both parties. So it has to be calculated and assessed at the time of approval, because impact fees change, they go down and up. The other item under 405.4a, there's an official impact fee schedule that was in place and actually active and apply to this project when we made that application. And that's a commercial development impact fee applies. And it was specifically listed as a fire department commercial development impact fee. And it was the only one at the time when we submitted. And that's 54 cents per building square foot. And that's how it was calculated at 785,000 times 54 cents as 423,900. So I know you guys are talking about another type of impact fee, but we don't believe that was in effect when we made the application, but I might be wrong. So we just like to have that number, whatever it is, and whatever is a requirement, we just want to have that consummated at this time.
Yeah, I think that fee schedule was taken out. I don't remember seeing it in the ordinances, but what I'm using is the February 15th, 2013 impact fee charts, and it lists it police department and fire department, and it has two values for the fire department based on whether major vehicles.
I don't think our impact fee chart has changed in a very long time.
No, 83. That's something for another discussion at a later date.
That applies to police as well, though. That applied.
It says police department is under commercial development per square feet. It says police department 20 cents, fire department buildings only 53 cents, and with major vehicles 90 cents. And I think that you'd have to look in to see how that's determined, but
on the town website, this was in effect. It was the impact fee schedule adopted in 2013, and it had a commercial development impact fee, and it said specifically the fire department only, and it's 54 cents. But either way, I mean, whatever is I would suggest this: whatever is actually applicable, we would agree to that, obviously. And if we're wrong on that, it's been on that plan for God knows how many months. But if whatever's applicable, we would agree to it. Whatever we owe for any of those impact fees, that's fair and appropriate. So I guess they could be verified.
I don't know, Rich, if, Wilson, I don't know where this is anymore because it's not in the ordinance book. We took all the fees out of the ordinance book. So I guess I'd have to defer to whoever's got the fee schedule, and they could make a recommendation to Glenn Greenwood could look that.
And I don't know that answer, so I'd have to research it.
Yeah.
So I would suggest that 27 be changed to say that the applicant shall pay all applicable impact fee. The
Yeah,
fees
that's fine.
as assessed at time of site plan approval.
Yeah, you get it back in 6 years if we don't spend it anyway. So.
And prior to the issuance of because it has to state when that gets paid. It's prior to the issuance of the new building certificate of occupancy. And that way you're covered.
Okay.
So I just looked up the fee schedule and it said fees are assessed for schools, library, and fire department. Didn't say anything about a police department fee on the schedule.
Okay. This was from BCM planning, so it may not have ever gotten adopted then.
Yeah.
February of '83.
And to find it, you go to the building inspector page.
Ah, okay.
I don't think I would have missed that, but I could have made that mistake, but I don't think I missed it.
Okay, so where are we on this one?
We're going to change it so that it reads that the applicant shall pay the applicable impact fee assessment assessed at the time of site plan approval and payable prior to the issuance of the new building certificate of occupancy.
That is correct.
Okay. All right.
And the town says that fee is 54 cents a square foot.
Yeah.
And Carl, that's what you said you calculated it on, right?
But if you're saying applicable, then we're good with that. We know. I think we know what the fee is, and but this just gives you a little bit of assurance to make sure that we didn't miss anything.
Yeah, that's all they have.
All right, number 28. The applicant agrees. I'm getting a lot of feedback at my end. Is anybody hearing that too?
Yeah, I hear it. Couldn't figure out who it was coming from.
Okay. The applicant agrees to plug existing floor drains in the existing warehouse, and no additional discharge from the floor drains shall discharge to the exterior.
I have a clarification on that. I'd like
Yes,
to
Dan.
propose. I propose it reads, the applicant agrees to permanently plug existing floor drains in the existing warehouse, and no additional floor drain shall discharge to the exterior. So we can get rid of discharge from in the middle there. I think it'll make it a little clearer.
All right,
No.
that I did not get in.
No? Okay.
So
the applicant agrees to permanently plug existing floor drains in the existing warehouse, and no additional floor drains shall discharge to the exterior.
Okay. That's cleaner. Any comments on that one?
I'm sorry, could we read it just one more time?
It should read, the applicant agrees to permanently plug existing floor drains in the existing warehouse, and no additional floor drains shall discharge to the exterior. Okay, Glenn?
I think so.
Want me to read it again?
Oh, I think I've got it.
All right. Number 29.
I've got it.
Following completion of construction during monitoring, the effluent nitrate N concentrations to be achieved at the 3 new advanced treatment septic systems with the objective of not exceeding the 10 milligrams per liter standard at compliance boundaries will be 12 milligrams per liter at the system that will service the new warehouse building and 20 milligrams per liter for the systems that will service the existing warehouse and office buildings. If upon monitoring the groundwater, the results show little impact to groundwater and no risk of approaching the 10 milligrams per liter at a compliance boundary, the applicant's hydrogeologic consultant and the town's hydrogeologic consultant may determine to ease the treatment standard if treating to such a low concentration is burdensome upon the applicant. Okay, Dana, I'm assuming that's yours.
No, actually not. The first sentence is, but the second sentence was never in anything that I reviewed.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure why that second sentence was added on about changing the treatment requirements. I don't think that's advisable.
Okay, obviously you don't have this wording, so I'm just wondering from what point you feel it's not appropriate.
Well, you had said something about if
upon monitoring the groundwater, the results show little impact to groundwater and no risk of approaching the 10 milligrams per liter
right
at the compliance boundary, the applicant's hydrogeologic consultant and the town's hydrogeologic consultant may determine to ease the treatment standard if treatment to such a low concentration is burdensome upon the applicant. That section.
Yeah, I mean, that's as it is the way that Tim and I have kind of looked at the approach to monitoring is that there would be measurement of these effluent systems so that we would be able to verify that the 12 and the 20 milligram per liter concentrations were being met, and that, you know, there might be additional groundwater monitoring if those aren't being achieved, but not that we would roll back the treatment requirement. So I don't think that's a wise thing to include in the conditions of approval.
Okay. So can I assume, Glenn, that those additional words were at the request of the applicant?
Yes, those came through today.
All right. Well, how about some response from the applicant on this one? Well, don't all jump at once. Mr. Stone?
Trying to figure out which buttons to push here. It's I guess in some respects it's kind of the same thing that Dan and I were discussing earlier, but taken a little farther. Our objective, of course, is to meet those standards at the septic system. And we even discussed if for some reason we were not meeting the standard at the septic system, we may even install additional monitoring wells down gradient to monitor those systems. And if we did that and found that we were seeing little impact to groundwater down gradient of leach fields, you know, with, let's say, the 12 milligram, we're having a hard time getting the 12 milligrams per liter. We're hitting 15, something like that. But we show that we're not seeing impacts to groundwater that are approaching 10 milligrams per liter at the compliance boundary, it seems to me it would be a reasonable thing to say, all right, 15 milligrams per liter is going to work. This is what's actually happening out there in the environment. So that last line is actually a step kind of further down the road than what Dan and I were talking about earlier today. And just to say, you know, if indeed we're not meeting the standard or we're having a hard time meeting the standard, and groundwater monitoring says we're not even coming close to 10 milligrams down gradient, should wells be installed, that, you know, maybe we can ease the treatment standard at the septic systems. I mean, I suspect that would happen. It's just kind of memorializing it in the conditions of approval. Quite honestly, if we got to that point somewhere down the road, we would be requesting easing the standard. If there's no likelihood of exceeding at the compliance boundary and the standard is 10, we probably would come in and do it down the road. It just was a way to put it in conditions of approval right now to lay out that possibility.
Yeah. I think without a lot of that additional detail in the middle, it's just too broad. I think, you know, that's something that I think it's unlikely that we'll find that, but, you know, I think the whole purpose of doing this is, you know, this estimate has been made based on, you know, some analysis, and that we leave it there. And, you know, if we revisit the monitoring program and figure something else out, that might be something to consider, but I don't think it makes sense to include it in the conditions of approval.
Well, and Mr. Stone, as you said, you know, even if that statement isn't in there, you know, the applicant can certainly come back and address the town about making modifications if they feel it's appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take it out, we can take it out. I mean, as you said, it could be a bridge we could cross down the road. I just felt it might be helpful to have it here so we kind of understand some of the options or some of the courses we might take down the road. But if we want to take it out here, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, what we could do, Tim, is instead of putting it in the conditions of approval, we could look at the monitoring program and, you know, have some, you know, statement to that effect in there if it seems appropriate. But I don't think it makes sense to have it here.
Carl, you shaking your head? Yes, you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, let's go. Yeah, I agree with Dana, and I think Tim was just, he was just trying to, you know, help out, but
all right,
just take that last sentence out and we're good.
So the suggestion is that we end number 29 where it says, and office buildings, the fourth line up. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the sentence that starts, if upon monitoring the groundwater, the results show little impact, from that point on, we'll delete.
Right, because Dan is correct, and Tim is actually, Dan is referring to a monitoring program, which is, you know, she could actually ratchet stuff up, or she could ratchet them down, or keep them the same. It really depends on what she's seeing. In a monitoring program, she can actually invoke more or less as she goes along when she sees things. So we have to prove that to her, but we don't necessarily have to have this last sentence in there. And it's already embedded in the monitoring program ebb and flow of what the scientist is seeing, what they're telling us to do.
Yep. Okay. Is that clear to the board members? Glenn, are you good on that?
I believe I understand.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's the way that one will read. Number 30, following completion of construction and prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, installation of a repeater or a radio frequency amplifier for our portable radios. I assume that means for the town's portable radios.
Yeah, I think it should probably say the town.
Yeah. Amplifier for the town's portable radios installed in the new warehouse distribution structure. The size of the building and construction of metal and concrete often inhibits our communication into and out of the building to our dispatch center. Do we even need that sentence?
We probably don't need that final sentence. That's more of a description of why we're doing what's found in the first sentence.
Right. Okay. I'm going to strike that last sentence then. And the only change I'm suggesting then is that we add for the town's portable radios.
Right.
Just a quick comment on this. I'm glad that it's for occupancy permit. Unlike before, we've done it for bond release, and we've had buildings that have not corrected their issues, and this one will have to correct any issues before they can occupy the building, which is a good thing.
Yep. Chief Pellerin, does that cover your issue on this one as well?
It does, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, number 31. A note should be added to the final plan that the proposed use will not result in hazardous material use greater than that of a small quantity generator. Dana, was that a note that you put in there, or?
I think it came out of a statement that was in one of my review comments, but I agree with it. I think it's a good statement to have in here.
I think it's a statement in the aquifer ordinance.
Robin?
I think we should also add the word storage. So hazardous material use or storage greater than that of a small quantity generator.
Okay.
That's
Are they limiting the size of the generator they can have there? Is that what they're doing with that? I don't understand the generator.
No, Pete, no, it's not a generator for electricity. It's used as a term for generating quantities of hazardous waste.
All right, yeah, all right, sorry.
Okay.
I don't understand that.
Part that says a note should be added to the final plan. That.
Lynn, you were breaking up there a bit.
Oh, a note should be added to the final plan.
That can be removed. Just start with the proposed use.
Oh, you're saying, because it has an asterisk, it's going to end up as a note on the plan.
Correct.
Okay, so the proposed use will not result in hazardous material use or storage greater than that of a small quantity generator.
I guess I'm missing something, because does that mean they can't store hazardous material at all bigger than a generator?
No.
No.
Okay, explain this to me. I'm missing it.
Go ahead, Glenn.
There's a state standard that sets the amount of hazardous material you can have on site as then becoming a generator of hazardous waste. So it's generator as in a modifier of a person.
Okay, so if they have
Or
12, if they have 12 electric forklifts in here with batteries, that doesn't constitute hazardous waste.
No, I think it means they're generating hazardous waste.
Okay.
And they're not, they're not doing anything that's going to generate hazardous waste.
Okay.
It's if you look in the Aquifer Protection Ordinance L, under 201.2 definitions, defines what a small quantity generator is, if anybody wants to refer to that.
Okay, I knew I'd read it in there. It's just probably 3 or 4 years ago.
The
Okay.
definition is any generator who generates hazardous waste at a rate of less than 100 kilograms per month of total hazardous waste and less than 1 kilogram per month of acutely hazardous waste. Amended 3/12/2013.
So this is actually related to if someone is producing hazardous waste as part of their process or
Right.
part of their operation.
So that's the 18th item, but then the 19th one references storage. So if there's the ability to combine those two items.
So the way I have it now reads that the proposed use will not result in hazardous material use or storage greater than that of a small quantity generator. Does that do it, Robin?
I think so. Yeah, I mean they're referring to two different functions, but I think combining them for the purposes of the plan is fine.
The board's okay with that?
Yep.
Applicant's okay with that? I'm not seeing hands up or faces, so I'm guessing, okay. Number 32 was the one we added at way back when, which states that, and this will be a note on the plan, deviation from approved plan requires further planning board review. Those were my quick notes on it. I don't know if that's the exact words we want or.
And then Glenn Greenwood, I sent one comment to you about future visits of town officials and inspectors. If we should have something on that protects us in the future to allow inspections and so on to be allowed on the property. That in other words, if we want to randomly check their snow maintenance program or see them when they're plowing snow, that we can go there and inspect, that type of thing. I don't want them to be able to lock us out and say this is a closed facility, you can only come in by invitation. Am I making sense? You're giving me that look like I'm not making sense.
I'm sorry, I'm not recalling that, but.
That was in the comments that Ellen sent you from me the other day, that basically the right to enter the property for inspection purposes for town officials. You know, for Dennis to be able to go in, for Annie to be able to go in, for our code enforcement officer to be able to go in.
This was an email from you, Richard, to Ellen back on last Friday.
Yeah.
And you had several items listed on here. One was MS4 requirements. One was inspectors allowed on property during and after construction.
That one.
Okay. The next one was green snow pro management. Next one was parking lot maintenance.
Which we've covered all the others except the inspector visits.
Yep, okay. So inspectors allowed on property during and after construction. I guess it needs to be worded a little bit cleaner than that, but.
Yeah, I mean, that's Glenn's job.
Okay, well, I don't want to leave tonight without this one.
So that'll be number 33. It probably should be a note on the plan. Town inspectors will be given access as needed to the site.
As deemed needed. We may think it's needed and they may not.
What about they will not unreasonably prohibit the town of Kingston inspectors or code enforcement officers from
That sounds good.
Now, then you get into parsing, well, what's unreasonable?
Yeah, no.
Well, I guess the thing I'm trying to protect is, you know, say we have a major snowstorm, something really abnormal, and they decide to take a front end loader out there to clean up, and they're dumping over the guardrail that they say they won't dump snow over, or anything, that we're protecting those things to assure they're not happening.
Well, what prohibits a town official or inspector from from checking on that anyway. Isn't that part of the code enforcement?
That
process?
is, but typically you have something in the file that says there is something like our planning board application. When they first start an application, it says that the planning board will be allowed to enter the property. And that's the same kind of thing.
Do a
I'm
site
looking
plan,
for
a site walk.
completion. Yeah,
Oh, okay, hang on, folks. I see that Carl and and Mr. Hollis are both, looks like they're anxious to say something. So go.
Mr. Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to take a stab at it. I don't think we have any difference of opinion here, nor would anybody who succeeds us in ownership. But I was just going to say something like the town officials or consultants shall be allowed inspection of the property at reasonable times to ensure compliance with the conditions of approval. I don't know how you feel about it, but that works for us.
that's fine, just so there's something
Sounds
on
good.
there to allow it.
So I'll read it a little slower, Glenn. The town officials or its consultants shall be allowed inspection of the property at reasonable times to ensure compliance with the conditions of approval.
Glenn, did you capture that?
Okay, so town inspectors or its consultants shall be allowed inspection of property at reasonable times to ensure compliance with conditions of approval.
That's fine with us.
Sounds
Do
good.
you want to add the term future? In the future? So it's clear that it's long-term, or?
It's fine.
Town inspectors or its consultants shall be allowed future inspection of property at reasonable times.
Okay.
Sounds good. Carl's got a comment.
Yep, Carl?
I just had one comment for one word that our client's asking us to clarify after you're done with this particular item.
It's separate from this item?
Yeah.
Okay. So Glenn, have we got that one?
Well, I'm not sure where I'm putting future. Is it in future inspection of property?
Yes.
At reasonable times to ensure compliance with yeah, I think that works. Okay, yes.
All right, so that's number 33. I've also put an asterisk by it, figuring it should be a note on the plan. Is that okay?
Mhm.
All right. And before I go to your question, Carl, I promised back during public comment to, and I know that the board is probably sick of this at this point, but the issue of the fence, and just to put it to bed for the final time, is the board satisfied with what is being proposed for the fencing in the buffering, or does it wish to make a suggested modification?
I'll go out on a limb and say I'm fine with it because I think we've covered it in the conditions with the sound and lighting.
Does anybody wish to take issue with it? I'm going to take the silence and the lack of hands or anything else as indication that you're satisfied with what's being proposed on the plan. Okay. Carl, what did your client wish to?
If we could, so we can clarify on item 32, instead of just the word deviation, because that could be anything. We moved a shrub 24 inches, or that's an extreme, but So we would just like to add some kind of adjective word to deviation, maybe material deviation, anything like that, other than just strict deviation. He just asked about that, if we can add that one word, material deviation, or something similar to that, instead of just a strict deviation.
Well, I'll open it up to the board. And Glenn and Dennis, of course. Dana. Robin?
Initially, when we added this, weren't we referring specifically to use and any deviation from the proposed use? That was how I understood it.
Mr. Chair, could you read 32 then? To see
The way I have it down, it says deviation from approved plan requires further planning board review.
I agree with Robin. I thought we were approved use.
And I think that was really the intent of the thought process, was that it was related to the use, but
yes,
I don't want to make that assumption.
So when we were talking about fulfillment center and everything,
So deviation from the approved use
yes,
requires further planning board review?
Correct.
That makes sense, yes.
Board members comfortable with that change?
In which case we don't need material, Carl?
Correct, because use is jurisdicted by you, and there's controls over that, obviously. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Very good.
Okay.
Glenn, could I just ask the board a question?
Yeah.
Mr. Willett indicated that he would like the board to consider a condition of approval that would somehow allow the Conservation Commission to provide input or guidance in the areas of closest impact to the river. And I don't have a specific condition. I think that was the point of what Scott was saying.
I think we received the Conservation Commission comments at our last meeting that did provide all of that and their comfort with it.
and isn't Dana's work going to do the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe in a better way, a more scientific way, instead of counting the frogs.
Well, Glenn, I'm not hearing much discussion on that.
No, I'm not either.
Yeah.
But I had it as a note.
Well,
And I had it as a 32, and we've gone past 32.
We
But,
have. We have. Okay.
I know what we're saying as far as the monitoring, the ongoing monitoring that Dana will be doing. I'm assuming that perhaps Scott thought that there would be more than just water quality issues that the Conservation Commission might provide input on, but I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I mean, they have provided comment through this process, both written and verbal.
Mhm.
I don't know. I'm not sure, Glenn. Maybe it's the hour, or I don't know, but we're not getting much traction on this one.
Okay.
All right, so we've made our way through that list, and we've made some adjustments.
Yes, we have.
All right. Well,
I make a motion that we approve the application for the 266 Route 125 site plan and subdivision with the 33 conditions as revised.
Second.
all right, motion by Lynn, second by Richard, to grant approval for this project with the conditions as finalized tonight, totaling 33 of them, and referencing plan set. Is there a date on the plan set?
It was 13th, right?
Was it last Thursday or the Thursday before?
I just want to make sure we're referring to the correct plan set when we do this. Carl, do you have a date on the last plan set, please?
January 22nd.
Thank you. Is there any revision to go along with that?
Well, that is the revision, and I would, you could say any subsequent as required by your consultants.
Okay.
So what was that?
And January 22nd.
What was the?
You broke up there, Glenn.
What was that final revision date?
January 22.
Well, you're going to add notes to the plans anyway, so those notes are going to be added to the plans also. So there's going to be
Right, so
a
there'll be a
revised
final,
date.
there will be a final revised date.
Right. But I just want to make sure that we're, for the purposes of this motion and vote, we're capturing the plan set that we're acting upon.
Right. Latest.
Right. The plan set that was available online was dated January 7th. And as the most recent one, the one for tonight's meeting. And it came up earlier when we were looking for something. And it says January 7th, 21. And that's the last modification on the cover sheet for the plan set. So
Carl?
Yes, and we actually revised a very short set. It was probably 6 or 7 sheets.
Yeah, 7 sheets, I think.
7 sheets that were dated revised the 22nd, which covered the final punch list of things that you guys were looking for, like the sound fence upgrades, some other items. But those were 7 sheets that were actually dated the 22nd. But Mr. Quintel is actually correct that when you approve this, we would need to do another wholesale update with all the notes that you just mentioned in those 33 items. And then Mr. Quintel would be reviewing that again, just to make sure.
Right. Okay.
Often when we've had this many conditions, we will wait, especially where we've got various plans floating around there. None of us have seen the final plans. Sorry, the 22nd plans. That we would wait to get even just an electronic version with all the notes and plans and everything on there, because there's quite a lot of changes. I mean, just the one thing that Mr. Lett had talked about, the snow room area, what you had brought up on the screen was not what was shown on the plans that were available to us. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Just one thing, the very first item on the conditions of approval is that the final review and approval of all the plans by the town's planning, engineering, and hydrogeology consultants. So I'm not concerned about that.
There is one other thing, though, that you need to include in the motion, and that is a time frame by which conditions need to be met.
Isn't that in the conditions of approval?
Yeah, I thought there was 1 year there.
It was 1 year. All in
Is
the
there-
conditions of approval already.
Well, it talks about 1 year for receipt of permits.
And then there was another one that was also a
but-
year. Two of them 1 year.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Your ordinance has a provision of 90 days plus an extension right. And what we tried to do with Glenn is work through each one of the items to make sure they could either be complied with within that time frame, or we set a new time frame. So I think we don't need a new time frame because your ordinance provides it. Anything that doesn't have a specific time frame has to meet your ordinance. And the rest all have time frames as you voted on, or as you're about to vote on, I should say.
So you're saying that if you don't meet the 90 days, you would be requesting an extension?
That's what's allowed under the ordinance. We certainly hope we can meet the 90 days, other than the ones that are specifically identified as having longer periods of time. Some of them are tied to the building permit, some are tied to the CO.
Okay.
So I think Glenn and I covered all those pretty detailed.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn, you comfortable with that?
I am.
Okay, further, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Okay. I'll assume you're ready for the vote then. I will call the roll. Peter Coffin,
I'll vote yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Robin Duguay,
Yes.
and I'm going to be registering a vote of no on this because of the position that I took with the conditional use permits. I just think that it would be inconsistent of me to not go along with the conditional use permits and then approve this in the end for final approval. So I will register a no vote based on that. But the motion does pass. It carries with a vote of 6 in favor, 1 opposed, and no abstentions. So congratulations to the applicant, and thank you to everyone for your time and effort, and both on the board's part and the applicant's part and the public's part.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much on behalf of the applicant. And I want to thank the board for their patience and very difficult project. Glenn, you did a great job. Glenn Greenwood, really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, folks. Okay, we have one other piece of business under board business. And Glenn, this is related to the letter we received for the 125 Auto Center.
Yes.
And I'm assuming it says it's 255 Route 125. I'm assuming that's the prior, is it Mark's Auto?
It is indeed.
Okay. So this is a letter from the individual who's doesn't own the property, is going to be leasing the property.
Correct.
And
Leasing
there's
leasing the business building.
Correct. And there's also a request for a state auto inspection license, which was the reason for them sending this to us.
Correct.
But I guess my question is, this is a completely new operator of the business. Do we have a current site plan on file?
We have a site plan that was done, I think, maybe by Dennis 100 years ago. Not really 100 years ago. I think like 1996.
All right, if there's an approved site plan, there's nothing in this letter that indicates that they're going to be complying with that site plan.
No, but they do. I mean, their intent is to do automotive repair, which is the sole approved use there. The town has denied at least twice the desire to allow automotive sales there.
Yep.
The only thing they have allowed is automotive repair. But to my knowledge, it hasn't been a state inspection station before.
Oh, they must have done inspections before. Really? You don't think so?
All I
Okay.
can say is I don't see a record of
Okay.
any state inspection forms in our file.
Okay, well, let me just read, the letter's not long. Let me just read it for the record. It's dated January 20. And it's to us, and it says, this letter is in regards to a state request for an auto inspection station license. 125 Auto Center is a new business operated by Christopher Ogovich of Fremont. Operations will include residential and business automotive repair and maintenance for passenger vehicles. The business will not sell tires. Currently, 125 Auto Center does not employ any workers. However, there may be times when the company uses outside contractors. The hours of open operations are 8 to 5 Monday through Friday and 8 to 1 on Saturday. The shop will be closed on major holidays. The property is owned by Sauhegan River View Investments, LLC. A tentative lease between the two companies has been drafted. Best regards, Christopher P. Ogovich. So Glenn, what are you suggesting that we do with this? Are you suggesting we just go ahead and process the application?
My suggestion would be that we approve the state request for auto inspection.
Okay.
Premised on the fact that auto repair is the sole use allowed at that site.
Okay. Can I have, if the board is in agreement with that, could I have a motion to that effect, please?
Yeah, I'll move that we grant the, that we alert the state that the request for an auto inspection station is approved by the planning board.
Well, I will act, okay. I'll take the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion by Peter Coffin, second by Chris Bashaw. And technically, all this would be is us filling out the form and passing it to the Board of Selectmen, who have the responsibility for getting that back to the state. So that technically is the process that we need to follow. All right. I'll follow up and fill it out and get it back to the town. So further discussion? All right, let me call the roll. Peter Coffin?
Aye.
Lynn Merrill? Lynn?
Yes.
Chris Bashaw?
Yes.
Richard Wilson?
Yes.
Peter Baiki?
Yes.
Robin Duguay?
Yes.
And Glenn Koppelman is yes. Okay, so that's unanimous. I will fill out the form and get it back to Richard. I'll get it back to the selectmen's office. I'll fill it out. I'll PDF it, send it back electronically. Does that work okay?
That's fine.
All right, and I'll make sure the planning board office gets copied on that as well. All right, is there any other business to come before us tonight?
Just on that last one, should Glenn let them know that they need an occupancy permit from the?
We've had all those discussions already, but
Yeah,
I will
okay.
make sure that they know that.
Good.
They've been very communicative.
Okay, good. Sometimes people just don't know that.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. If there's nothing else, then without objection, I'm going to adjourn us at 10:40 p.m. Thank you all. See you in whenever the next time is. Must be a couple of weeks, huh?
Couple of weeks.
All right. Have fun out there.
Night.
Be careful. Stay safe.